Hello, and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am the Dungeon Master. We have, for the first time in Arkelya's history, everyone that is currently present besides Kyle. So he's the one missing, but everyone has a webcam, and they're all participating. So all that hard work and that UI that I spent over the 2.5-year hiatus, it's paying off. It pressured them into doing this. So
is that a skunk?
What was that? Yes, okay, so anywho, welcome to episode 37 of Arkelya. We are going to pick up where we kind of left off last time, which was right at the recession reboot. Everyone's showing little objects that are on their desk.
This is who I am now.
All I have is chapstick and dice, so I really can't participate.
That's it?
Well, and dice.
You need to decorate your dice.
Dice.
Decorate your freaking desk a little, man.
I don't really need such things. Anywho, well, we're here, and as far as announcements, sorry we didn't play last session we were supposed to play 2 weeks ago because we had some short-term notice that some things that happened for some people, and we have a rule that if 2 members can't show up, we don't play. So with that in mind, everyone was supposedly can make it tonight. Demi will have to leave a little early at some point, but other than that, we should be good to maybe finally get to Windheim. Oh boy.
Let's chase those thieves.
Yeah, now it's hey, Cole, find that scent again. All right, so that's the only major announcement. I mean, obviously, you can catch the videos VODed out or rebroadcast on youtube.com/Laris15. And then there's Galewright Accord that's played on Saturdays as me as a player. And none of you guys are in it. It's only me now from this group. DTW was in it for a moment as Goodman. But yeah, that covers my announcements. Do any of my cast members have an announcement they'd like to share? That's a no, I take it.
The only thing going on in my life is my mom's moving out this weekend, so.
Mother's moving away? It must be hard.
I mean, they'll be up in Renton. They got an apartment up in Renton.
And, well, don't get mother nest syndrome. No, okay. So, all right, so.
Thanks for that one.
What'd you say?
Comedy gold, Laris. Thanks for that one. Making fun of you.
I love you still use your VTC cup.
Well, it's not a cup. I mean, it's good. It holds water. It does the job.
It holds water.
Wow,
actually, at work today, I started choking. I had food stuck in my throat. I had no cup or a receptacle to hold water, and I had a yogurt that was about half eaten, and I was really oh god. I didn't want to lose the 50 cents that was left in the yogurt cup because I wanted to eat it, but I was really suffering. And then I caved. I went, oh my god! So I ran to a water faucet and I used the half. Did not work great, but eventually, the first time just drinking out of desperation, that did help a bit. But then I coughed up, and that didn't work too well. So then I had to rinse it out and then squelch the lozenge stuck in my throat. But hey, I survived. No death. Unless I did die, and then this is my afterlife.
This is your coma.
It's time to find out if it's hell or heaven. Let's see if we make it to Windheim.
All right, so let's get to the recap. In our last episode of Arkelya, episode 36. My goodness, it wasn't a very long episode, about 2 hours, a little bit less than 2 hours. You guys started the session off in front of the burning buildings that were mostly squelched at this point, some of it still embered, and you were sequestered by Baldric to review some facts, and understandably, since it's been 2.5 years for you, not your characters, to kind of just review where you guys were positioned in the world of your timeline of wherever the hell you're doing in your futures, basically. I mean, that's your choice of what you do with your lives and as characters. So with this kind of reanalyzation, first thing was Baldric tried to invite you guys to re-explore the vote about should we chase the bandits or not, and at which you guys opposed such an idea, and then Baldric asked why. Why can't we chase these people? We should stop them because they're going to potentially harm others. And that's where you revealed that one of your members was not doing too well, and that's where he asked who. It was Aniele. Aniele's kind of sick. He investigated why she's not feeling well, and then all of you effectively all of you besides Thoric and Akal pretty much started trying to puzzle what's happening to Aniele to a higher degree. Maybe the most comprehensive analysis you guys have ever done on really trying to figure out what's going on with her. And you spent the rest of the episode, the other hour of it, on this task, of which you might have some ideas, might not have some ideas. That's for you guys to figure, to try to attempt. So you then eventually went to bed, and then you woke up. And well, did you wake up? That's the question, right? Because something could happen to the night. But I already let you know that I wasn't really planning anything terrible to happen to you tonight, so you're fine. You wake up in the morning. So let's go ahead and just kind of move forward here. First of all, let me do this.
We leveled up, yeah?
No.
No.
No, you did not level up. Thank you,
That's
DT.
in a few minutes.
Thanks for the level up.
You mean
there.
that's in a few minutes. Right, so it is chilly morning. Not as chilly as you guys remember on your previous times over on the surface, especially a couple months back, but it still is somewhat cold in the mornings, roughly around upper 40s, 48 or so degrees Fahrenheit right now. So those of you that are a little bit more hot temperament or hot tempered body, you would still see occasionally a little bit of mist leave your nose or leave your mouth every time you exhale. Those of you that have a tent, which I think is no one now, would have used the tent to been like, that was a nice cozy night, but you don't have it anymore. So instead, you all wake up out of your sleeping bags, finding that the last person on watch would be, because that's just this, hold on, D8. 4, that would be Petite. Roderick, you were the last person on watch, so you were awake in the last 2 hours of the night. I guess technically Evelyn would be too, because she's fancy and doesn't have to follow by the same rules as the rest of you. So Evelyn and Roderick, oh, how perfect! You two were the ones covering the last shift of the watch. And you notice that everyone else is starting to stir awake just naturally on their own. Roderick, that does mean you do get to remove another level of exhaustion. Congratulations. And you have pretty much the start of a brand new day for you. It's clear sky, it's blue. Part of the lower temperatures because there's no overcast that's kind of keeping the heat in overnight. So it's actually past sunrise already. There is blue in the sky. The pinks and oranges are long gone at this point. There are occasional clouds dabbling in the air, slowly moving, not at an alarming speed, so it doesn't seem to be incredibly windy. There does appear to be a breeze, though. Looks like it's mostly going westward. The air currents seem to be moving mostly westward. Fresh scents of pine and moist, wet ground. And occasionally now you're hearing little bits of pots and pans cleaning around, as I imagine some of you guys, or maybe not pots and pans, but equipment moving around as you guys are starting to get up, get dressed, eat if you're going to cook, stuff like that. And so really I can't do too much more because I need to know what you all want to do. So it's in your hands. What do you guys want to do here at your little campsite?
Go back to bed.
Sleep time.
Pack up our things, get some breakfast, and let's get moving.
All right, so you eat breakfast, no conversations to be had, or nothing of note. There might be idle conversation, but nothing that's really worth screen time. All right.
Wasn't there mentioned before, basically, I think it was Pyrus, doing a wild shape, and we kind of, Doma summons his steed, and we start heading that way?
Correct. Good reminder. So yes, part of your guys' tribulation recently is that you lost 3 of your horses that you were using to more expediently try to return to Windheim. And with them gone, you needed to find a new way to move at a rapid pace. Otherwise, it would just add an extra day or so of travel, but you didn't want to waste another day. Some of you still feeling there's a lot of pressure to get to Windheim quickly. For whatever reasons you might find that you need to get there quickly. And so your solution was, yes, as you just stated, Pyrus would be flying and carrying one of you, which it was nominated to be a call. And then the other one member, Aniele, would be bunkering together with Doma on top or on the back of Vortax. Not Vortax, Vortax. So, Doma, do you summon Vortax?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right, spend the spell slot.
All right. Spell slot spent.
So-
As soon as I can find any of my things to spend spell slots.
With that, we do have that. There's kind of like a pluff of red light that illuminates, and a little bit of flame and embers kind of spread off. And there's just a brief smell, especially those with higher perceptions of Pyrus and a call would definitely smell it even after the event, but of some brimstone and charcoal lingering in the air for a brief moment of time. I think most of you have seen Vortex previously. I don't think that, because he was using... Were you not using him previously? Well, either way, we'll just have him summoned now.
In the mountains.
So if you haven't seen him before, you would have seen him now. And this is a large elk. I mean, its head is past your shoulder. It's like basically up to your shoulder with its shoulder, a little bit beyond that actually for most of you. Has reddish fur, if I recall correctly, right? And then there's this really like black hooves, black horns, and they have really peculiar shapes. The horns are corkscrewed, spiraled out, just seem relatively intimidating. And then his hooves have somewhat like this effect of where it looks like that they're kind of fire, but not like fire's burning off it, but rather the hoof itself, that bony material, melds off into what it looks like flames. So it's kind of almost like a decal has been like formed out of its hoof on the bottom to make it look like flames. He's got reddish blue eyes, and he seems to be a little bit more heated than the vast majority, because every exhale has just a waft of steam coming out of it. But your mount has arrived. It kind of rears back for a brief moment and then just kind of settles down. I imagine that Doma probably gives it a couple pats on the side. And
welcome back, buddy.
It shakes its head a couple times as you do whatever semblance of bonding that you would have with your demon elk.
Give it a carrot.
At this point, this is where Pyrus would chime in. So, you all want me to turn into a giant eagle? Are we ready to leave now? It is limited on how long I can be in this form.
I think we're ready.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
All right. And then she kind of pulls her her arms out, and then you just kind of you actually even hear a little bit of like the bone and cartilage kind of snapping into itself a bit as her body contorts and twists, kind of like a really obscure gymnast, before it just kind of forms into an eagle, feathers coming out of the skin. You imagine it should be incredibly painful, and it happens within like 1 to 2 seconds of this transformation. Those of you that are really perceptive can see almost each stage of it, but remarkably quickly, bam, she's now a giant bird. And she kind of like scratches the ground a couple times, and her eye just stares right down at a call, where she then like leans forward a bit to allow you persage on her back, unless you'd rather be in her claw. It's your choice, whenever you feel more safe on.
Hop on the back.
All right, so you mount on the back of Pyrus, who then kind of looks at all of you, who then get onto your respective horses of the ones that are still alive. And you guys head off. And so Pyrus easily can move faster than all of you. So she's kind of doing circles around and just looping back and forth, mostly riding air currents. You're probably the two of them, so Arkelya and Pyrus, you guys are roughly probably 100 feet off the ground. Just to clear the majority of... Actually, there's not many trees here, but just to make sure you get a safety if there would be trees. It is a little bit colder up there, but luckily you have your tabaxi fur, so it's not terribly uncomfortable for you. But the wind whipping by, and this roughly around 9 to 10 in the morning, it is chilly nonetheless. So you kind of hear the wind is whipping through your ears, and as you're looking around to see what extra spectacles that you could from this new vantage point that you haven't had the privy to do, two things dawn on you. Number one, that infinite expanse of blue that you weren't as familiar with when you came to the surface, you're getting a lot more harmonized with it now, and it's probably unnerving to you, just being this much higher off the ground, seeing that much distance beneath you, and yet it's still just as much infinite above you.
Goes.
Yeah, right. And but it's somewhat liberating, perhaps. This is really for you to decide, right? But I would imagine that at the same time, there's probably an instillment of like, wow, this is something new and exciting, and what other pleasures could exist here on this new world for me? And of course, you're going remarkably quick. I know that you're fast on your own, but this is constantly moving at this speed, and it's just a new experience. The rest of you are hearing the hoofs and trots of your animals striking into the muddy or somewhat occasionally rocky stone surface. So sometimes there's an audible crack, while there's other times a little bit more of a mush noise as you make your way. I wouldn't say galloping, but maybe it's for you guys to decide. What's the pace you are trying to return to Windheim at, or to go to Windheim at?
Moderate.
Trot, basically.
Yeah, just average. No, I'm not.
Not gonna ride the horse to death is what happens.
No,
half trot.
no. Just a normal speed.
Faster.
So not a gallop, a comfortable trot. So really, this is not terribly even that much faster than your normal walking speed, actually. But you're gonna let the creatures move at a comfortable pace. And so, occasionally you'll hear birds chirping, and occasionally you'll see squirrels foraging for food. The area that you're in is not woodland. It is, I'm going to remind you all here that you're in the Covey Iran, which is this very lawn, flat portion of Windheim. The kind of center area of Windheim, it's most of it's a bowl shape, but in the center where you're close to Lake Alea, I think it's Lake Alea, is this huge flatland where there's a lot of agriculture, farmland, and it's just super flat. So Minnesota would be kind of, I think, that like right past the Rockies there, right? It's just huge flatland, something similar to that. But instead of having it like be tundra and just mostly rock surface, it is grass, lots and lots of high grass. And so as the current and breeze that comes by, you do see the patterns of light reflecting off of these waves of grass, basically mirroring what the air currents actually happen to be. And it extends for miles and miles of this. There's very few things that block it. So effectively, your line of sight is to the horizon, almost 5 to 6 miles, and it's just green down below, a very vibrant, healthy, naturalistic green, and then a very sharp blue above it with this nice, crisp and cold morning. But there are occasional trees that you will come by, and these ones seem to have more wildlife kind of nesting in them. So some of the trees have, whole flocks of crows or other birds kind of circling around it. Maybe some of them competing for space for home, etc. So there might be occasional squawk as one crow is being harried by an owl that just is currently annoyed that it's been in its presence for too long. Things of that nature. And you keep moving. So after seeing spectacles, most of them being naturally inclined, you would see one of your first unusual things would be that of a carriage heading the opposite direction of you. So you actually will pass by these individuals. And as you clip through them, they're about 2 wagons with around 6 guards with them. They don't seem to have any emblems that seem to be of notoriety. They're not the emboldened breast, that's for sure, which is the one that you were kind of exposed to earlier. They don't respond to you. More than anything, you get a head nod from one of the front guards, potentially probably the one in charge, but they don't make any vocalization to you guys as you pass by. They got their business, you got your business, but you do run into another group heading, in this case, it looks like northward. And so you guys continue going south, and minutes turn to dozens of minutes, and then dozens of minutes turn into half hours, and half hours turn into hours. Eventually, after a good half a day's worth of travel, now far more warmer now than it was before, Pyrus slides down into a, not quite dive, but a glide downward, where she kind of hovers in front of you all on the road, flaps her wings 2 times, and stops, of which you recognize this is probably a good opportunity for all of you to take a short reprieve. You probably take your animals to the side, looking for some source of water or food, whatever it happens to be, letting them either just munch on the highlands nearby you, or feeding them oats and stuff if you happen to get them. I forget if you guys caught feed or not, so this is really irrelevant. Okay, so you have feed. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I remember that part.
Regardless, the animals are feeding, and so are you guys for your lunch. And not to rob you of opportunities, this is an opportunity for you to do something, but you don't have to. Is there anything you would like to do at this point? Kind of like at a bend in the road. The road is now actually starting to bend more. It's not so much south, but more east. It's bending east now. There was a noticeable change, and this is where you guys have stopped at the moment. Okay.
So wait. So I'm pulling up more like having to pull up the map with that. So from where we're at, where you said more heading eastwards, so it would be closer to that.
Yes.
I don't ask me if it's Delaware River.
Well, so you
or is it
you
more
have
to the other
I don't
direction?
remember how you got a map of the surface. So
We have a map.
I don't think you have an official map of the surface. You guys did purchase a map of the Undermountain, so that would be a resource that you could actually reach.
Oh, we got one in Pipe.
I don't believe so, because I believe you wanted to have a map, but I kept saying you need to go to the library, and no one wanted to go to the library besides Thorx. So
Nobody could find the library.
Right, it
okay?
wasn't actually a library. There was some history museum or something. There was one on the left and there was one on the right. There were these competing factions that would have vied for your consumerism, but no one wanted to take the bait. So either way, yeah, I don't believe you got a surface map. So
Okay.
but I mean, yeah. Well, we're just gonna ignore that question because you don't have a source to cite.
Yeah.
How dare you?
So, but yeah, anything else that you guys would like to?
How's Aniele looking after a day of riding a freaking elk?
She's
Any words for better?
she's rubbing her thighs. Clearly, she's not accustomed to riding a equestrian or anything of that nature, right? It's a very challenging exercise. Your body is not normally you have to, yeah. So she's not used to it. So she seems to be a little bit sore at the moment, which would be understandable. Someone that normally probably walks or previously flew almost from anywhere she needed to go. Not anymore. Long gone are those days. Okay. Well, so is there anything you'd like to do? She just seems mostly fine.
Alright. I was just wondering if she was fucking dying from the physical activity or whatever.
Make a medicine check. First roll of the night.
Alright. I love these. I'm so good at them.
You're better than your -1, your worst stat.
Okay, where is it? Medicine. Yeah. So 17.
17. She actually, compared to last night, she looks better. Not dramatically better, but she doesn't seem to be in the same pain. You definitely recall during your guys' inquisition of her current state of affairs, she seemed to be trying to tone out maybe a headache or a migraine. You all saw that, and she's giving no facade of trying to mute out pain of that nature. It seems to be much more aimed at her butt / upper leg region at the moment. So either that just is more of a problem or she's actually in better states, but you feel like she's actually just in better states. Now it's a new problem. Not that problem, but a new problem. All right.
Just as a passing thought, how roughly would Roderick recognize how far it would be from where they are to Westwind, just on an off chance?
How far you guys are from Westwind? Yeah, so
Roughly.
Yeah, you have a good gauge of this actually. With you theoretically being close to Windheim, right? You would be, it's like 2 weeks travel. It's a considerable distance. And let me just make sure it's 2 weeks. So yeah, it's
roughly from where you're at.
Yeah, about 2 weeks from Windheim. You're far closer to Windheim. That would be the place of prominence, right? I mean, even though you're not supposed to have a map, you should see that the map there, you're practically right above Windheim, right? Is where the road that leads south from Pipel, of which you guys actually are going to get at the juncture soon. So we're going to just move up. You get back on yourselves. Pyrus turns into Eagle again. She clutches a call this time like he's some kind of food. No, you get her back. And you guys go off again. And so a couple hours go by, maybe 1 to 2. So it's like 1.5 hours, of which a call would see it first from his vantage point and his higher perception that the road splits. You got an east and you get a west available to you. And you don't see any reason to come descend down and alert the party of it. They're going to run into that situation as well. But as you guys get to that point, Pyrus does drop back on the ground to allow participation to know which direction you guys are heading in. So as you guys come to this point in the road, you do have an option to head west or to head east. Now, to let you know, you also from this point can see a change in the topography. You see in front of you a massive body of water. You're not on the shoreline. There still is probably a mile or two between you and this giant reservoir of liquid, but you can see it from where you are right now. And it just stands out, it's shining, the light's reflecting off of it. For a call in the sky, occasionally he had to wince because it was kind of blinding him for a brief moment of time. On top of that, those of you that are incredibly perceptive, which would be the 16 pluses, so anyone that has a passive perception of 16 plus, you would also see something else inside. All right, so yeah, the elves and the call basically. What's Thoric's perception?
15.
I got wrecked.
Mine's 15 as well.
16 pluses. You guys would
22.
also see. Kind of on the more south on that side of that little blue blurb of, well, not little, but blue blurb of water, that there's a cityscape of towers, many towers, kind of almost like a fork that's been like cramped in, but many forks jammed together. They're just well, you see something in the center there. I won't get into much more detail on that. Yeah, so there's something on the south side of the lake. It appears to be a city. And so, Evelyn, your perception is high enough for this, right? So you would know that is Windheim. Actually, you're right within striking distance of it. It's only a couple miles away. Well, maybe an hour or so more travel, effectively. But yes, at the juncture here, you can go west and hug the east side of. Not west. You can go left and go to the east side of the lake, or you can go right and hug the west side of the lake. Now, before we get into the layers, just tell me, Windheim is predominantly on the west side. So if you're trying to get to there quickly, you would go right, is where you would go. Just to answer that question. So, at the small chitter-chatter of what you guys would like to do here at this juncture, would you guys like to go left towards the east side of the lake or right towards the west side of the lake?
I have
The only
no
difference
idea.
is east being the scenic.
Well, it is far more scenic. I wouldn't say scenic. Rather, it's similar design regardless. It is a less used section of the road, though, dramatically. Far less people will use this because it's, for one, the route to Pipel and to Windheim is almost never used anyways. For two, the route from Pipel hugging the east side of the lake, which would then eventually kind of head towards Fort Tull, is even less used than the one directly from Windheim. So yeah, that road would be more calm and collected if you're trying to avoid hubbub. But you would eventually have to loop all the way back around and then head north, and it will
I
add.
might as well just go the easy way.
It will add.
Right.
It would actually add considerable more time to your journey. Actually,
Yeah.
to have to go around the lake like that.
We won't do that then.
All right. So, right, it is the west side, and so you guys start hitting the dirt path down here. This is where Roderick, from your with your perception as well, and from your comment here, you would see the Delaware River to westward of you. This is where you would start seeing that. It's this like giant body of water that is fresh runoff coming from the Medan Mountains. You can look northward and you can still see the Medan Mountains where you are now, even though it's dozens of miles away. You can see them just because of how tall they are, and the water is runoff that forms and collects and makes this giant body of water that bends down, and it is the main source of water that feeds into Lake Alea. Which is the lake that basically supports the capital of Windheim. As you continue your vaunted journey southwest now, you start noticing more individuals on the road. You're starting to see more people, more farms. The farms here are clustered together, where you were previously, it was like, large amount of real estate that's maybe owned by one person, and they have to do a lot of farming on their own, right? Or the farms are super spread out. Less competition for that area. But close to the city, far more competition for the real estate here, and there's just clusters of farms. You're seeing families or other acquaintances that are working, they're maybe employed by individuals. There's far much higher abundance of population, and as the tens of minutes that go by, it just gets more and more dense, and more dense. And you start seeing. Yes.
I don't interrupt you, but while we're going on, I want to ask Evelyn a couple questions as we get to.
Absolutely, and then I'll allow you to do that. And just to remind everyone, no guilt. I rant on a lot, so if you want to do something like that, do what Roderick did and interrupt me. And if I can find it appropriate, I allow it. So during this point, as you're transitioning to more and more civilization popping up, what does Roderick say to Evelyn?
Evelyn, I know we're getting closer, and I just want to ask, like, how do you want us to kind of come into the city? Do you want to announce your presence or more so, or speak with the guards that come up, or coming kind of like on the low?
Question: is this a hushed conversation or open to the entire party? How loud are you being about this?
It's gonna be more so kind of open.
Okay, so everyone can hear.
We're
this.
on horses, so I guess it's
Everyone besides a call and Pyrus. Everyone besides a call and Pyrus.
Are you sure I can't hear that all the way up there? When
Yes,
I call you?
the wind is interfering too much with. Yeah.
I can hear. What are they talking about down there?
You can
make
see.
out
Yeah, but I don't think you can read the lips from that distance.
So wait a minute.
Let me read some lips.
Your percent passive is 21 or 23?
22.
22.
He knows everything. He's God.
He knows everything.
No, I don't know. The wind kind of
Here's
makes
my
his eyes
thoughts.
squint a little bit. I think he's out of this
Dragging
conversation
his
for now.
distance, but nobody else
Pyrus,
saw.
calm down.
You're not an omnipotent god. God damn it. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, he is. He's our god.
We'll
Without
get there.
rise above that, man. Rise above.
Well, I mean, I haven't really thought about that, I guess. I mean, I doubt, like, not everyone's gonna recognize me or anything like that, but I do need to figure out, I guess, how we should approach at least the council, because I think that we need to speak to the council right away. So maybe we should just do that first, and then worry about the rest after that, I guess.
So you're more in line with wanting to just kind of hit, like as soon as we get there, get to speak with the guards and have them kind of escort us there.
Well, I
If
guess
they can.
question for the DM then. So, for the council, do they just have like normal kind of office hours? Like, would they be gathered, or is it something that would have to be like called upon?
Yeah, so your mother is a very busy woman, and so even getting attention for yourself was not always available to you at all times.
Right.
It is very commonplace to have long, arduous meetings and her just schedule being booked. But she did probably really well compared to maybe some of the other council members. Her priorities probably valuing you and your family quite so more than some of the other members in that group. So it's not. I wouldn't say that effectively you can't demand an audience the same day unless you've got a damn good reason, right?
Right.
Would be what the situation is. Now, that's for you to think about if this is a damn good reason or not. Maybe this is a small change, and you know what? No problem.
You are her daughter, and it's been like a month.
I don't
You know,
Pretty sure the
I know
great
these
thing
live
is a
again.
bigger deal.
the Great Gate is open.
Yeah. So
The great gate is open.
Okay.
The gate's
thinking
open.
I should
Door
at
calls
least
for aid.
go to my mom's office and talk to her and see what she thinks, I guess.
All right.
Now, whether
I'm okay
I do
with
that on my own or if you guys want to come, I guess I don't really know how you guys want to play it. I don't know.
Ladies and Sarah has returned. The gates.
Well, it says Doma and Doma Thorak, would you guys want to come and I guess kind of try to scream to Nikosh? You guys want to go with that
You
one?
wave at a call who sees you waving, and then he coerces Pyrus to come down
Come
lower.
closer.
And now she's having.
Can you hear me
she's
now?
Flapping, but
Can you
within
hear me
range that you can
now?
participate in the conversation now.
So we're gonna eventually reach Evelyn's mother's office. So are you guys are okay with coming with? So we can go together?
It feels like it's been a very long time since I last asked this. They're fine with me being me, right? And he points his.
There shouldn't be any issues. I mean, it's
not going to be an issue.
it's really diverse.
In fact, your passive perception of 15, there have been a couple half orc and even full orc farmers.
Perfect. Great. We're farmers. Got it.
I mean, Windheim has pretty much. Windheim pretty much has
Diversity.
right?
Diversity.
Okay. Yeah. No. Perfect.
We're servants.
I mean, I'm guessing people like Doma or Akal wouldn't stick out really either. I mean, Windheim has a
Doma
pretty
would
big
stick out.
population, right?
Windheim itself, the country, is far more progressive than its neighbors. Mixture of races is more abundant here. New Sol only has like 4 main countries trying to govern it, and then there's the fringes, which is a whole separate story. But in this case, I mean, I guess you could say Karat could be competitively as diverse, actually, and that's
Gotcha.
when you guys were there, it was astonishing.
Yeah, it was
how many different races were commingling together.
Right.
But predominantly, most of the positions of enforcement were still dwarven overall. So it's like dwarves kind of keep the order there, but they allow everyone to come in. Windheim, as you would know alone, Elevelin, the council itself is a diverse cast of races alone. Yeah. In fact, I don't normally like to elect to do checks for my players, but if you could do a history check for me, Evelyn, I could maybe give a little bit more.
You can maybe remember if one of them is a half-orc, and it just so happens that they were. I'm reading your mind.
Roger doesn't want to do any checks. He's still at disadvantage. No,
My call always sticks out, by the way.
Just go take a nap. Go take a nap, Petit.
You're good. 16.
I need to sleep, not a nap.
Yeah, 16.
So, what is it, 15 you said?
16.
16, right, 16. Okay.
I have a +7 to history.
Yeah,
Goddamn.
so, with,
Yeesh.
you're, right, so we're talking about diversity. So, yes, in fact, Windheim historically was not inclusive. It was very seclusive. Its history is heavily leaning to a specific race, elves, and
Damn elves.
New Ulso in general was almost at one point in time was completely under elf rule. The other races existed, but elves pretty much demanded like servitude and other nonsense, right? And if you did have a puppet government, it was a puppet government. You had no real power. This led to a slew of problems, and this happened after the Age of Conquest, I believe, is when the elves kind of firmed out and gathered all their control. Even Medan, the Dwarven Empire, was under their rule of thumb, technically. Medan was probably the biggest opposition to elf rule. However, during one of the many calamities, there's a good handful of major historical devastating effects that have happened on your guys' continent. One of them led to the absolute destruction of elf rule, and that would be an event called the Elven Madness that arose. And the only way that elf kind survived was by signing the Unity Pact, which allowed governance of other races and inclusion of other races into the elven society. And the elves only consider this because it was do this or face entire annihilation. The contract or the negotiation table was heavily not on their side. And but that's how elves pretty much were not annihilated and have any semblance of control these days. And Windheim changed. It was this massive city of imperial rule was changed into now this council-style government, which allows for these other races to participate, provided it seems much more based on merit now, which is why Windheim has turned so much more progressively over these after this event. This event was monumentous in it. So you would be aware that any concern towards to any race, which should be pretty much shed off. It could be up to just individual biases, individual problems. Right. And then, or Thoric does have a right to be concerned, let alone because of the recent life that has been lost. So people could be biased against the fact that they could have a slew of loved ones that have died in the surprise assault or in the attempt to pacify the orcs. Whatever success that was, there has been considerable loss assumed to have occurred. So there are bound to be some people that will not like his presence.
It's pretty normal for him. Good enough.
And no, your entire group just stands out.
I mean,
got a sharp,
stand out.
Got a sharp red tiefling. We got a white cat man. Well, I mean, he's not just like normal cat man. He's like a white tiger cat
hero
man.
cat man. You could say the title.
Hero cat man, yes.
Yeah, you guys definitely stand out.
Either way, I think we're gonna stand out a little bit, but I wouldn't be too worried about. I mean, I would be
just go through this off.
Sure. Was there any tolls?
No toll charges.
Like to get in the gates?
Well, you're not at the gates yet.
I'm just saying, like, because I'm just asking.
Oh, asking if you know if there would be.
Yes, because I would say, because basically I'm talking about for the backstory, but Roderick, basically his father was being a traitor, so maybe he made it to Windheim to ask about that.
Your father would never have entered into Windheim proper. So there is there's an outside portion of Windheim, the Laurels, and that would be that's where the majority of the population lives. That's on the shore of Lake Aleil. Windheim proper
Laurel?
is inland, and that's where the far more luxurious people live. But there are also many opportunities and businesses that run there too. But their riffraff is definitely filtered out. There are charges to get inward, and then pedigree that is required to some capacity to get into the Windheim proper. It's much more vetted. Not Laurels. Laurels almost lets anyone come in and out.
Are there shanty towns outside the city walls?
Well, so you wouldn't. Well, from your viewpoint, yeah, I'll just give it to you. Fuck it. That's why I don't know why. I don't know why I'm requiring a
bird's eye
perception
view.
check. Even if you're not there now, you're going to be there very soon, right? And so, the Laurels is actually 3/4 of it is comprised of reasonably good masonry and carpentry. There is a shanty town area of it, and especially on the outskirts of the Laurels, there are much more rundown people, not as skilled with their craftsmanship. So there does exist to be, but it would not classify as your typical slums. There's not just
but is that outside of the town proper? I'm talking like outside the walls. Like, shanty towns are built outside of the actual city gates, right?
Yeah, so the Laurels doesn't have a wall actually around it.
Okay.
It itself is built along the coast, and not many people have ever challenged Windheim, or even gotten that close to Windheim, and so people just assume it's safe. Is what it happens to be.
Right, but theoretically, if you were an assaulting party, you could just walk right in.
Walk right into the Laurels. Yes.
Okay, all right. That's all I needed to know.
But Windheim proper itself, the city itself,
is gate.
It has 2 ways of entry. Well, 3 ways of entry. Port via the lake by getting on a boat and coming in, and then there's 2 bridges that come in on the southwest side of the lake and lead into it, and those have portcullises. They're the whole shebang. And then Windheim itself, not only is there like a 50-foot wall, I think, around the outer perimeter of it, but then there's just the boundary of water, because it's built in the it's pretty much built not in the center of the lake, but it's built in a corner of the lake.
Water.
Yeah, and so the lake itself acts as a natural boundary too. It'd be very difficult to properly take over Windheim proper. The Laurels sacrifice.
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at. Is outside world, then you filter into the Laurels. Then you come into Windheim, which is in the gates. That's what I needed to know.
The only thing I guess that I would want to stress, which I've mentioned previously, is that the Laurels is not a slum, though. There are small. It's reasonably reasonably well off people.
It's like the trade district, basically, right?
For the common folk, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
There is a trade district. Or oh god damn it.
We'll get there.
Yeah. I have to find it actually. First of all, just to remind myself because I don't remember the name. Actually, no.
So we're trotting along.
The Oriat. That's it. The Oriat district.
The Oriat
would be where the upper commerce of Windheim happens to take place. Okay.
You mentioned the coast. Is this city coastal?
There's a lake.
A lake.
A closed body, an inland lake. So there is the coast. The shore would be. I wouldn't say a coast. I don't think I said coast, but the shoreline. Yeah, that would be.
Right.
Does it filter out to an ocean through rivers?
No,
it's
I don't think it's a closed body lake. Yeah, so it's
Gotcha.
landlocked.
Freshwater fish. A call needs to remember this. Professional fisherman.
It is a massive body of water, ginormous. From your perspective, from the majority of perspective, it probably is the largest source of fresh water you've ever seen, easily.
I'm sure they haven't seen anything this major.
Yeah, I don't think, especially Thorek and Akal would not have seen a body of water like this. Roderick has seen the ocean, and that is right, but that's not fresh water. So yeah,
large bodies of water, just nothing this huge, right?
Is this ocean big?
So anywho, that hopefully covers these cursory questions. Were there any others before we continue?
So we've seen large bodies of water, just not huge, not this big.
Yeah, not this big. This is miles in diameter of water. Yeah.
Underground lakes. That's what we've seen.
Yeah, an
Yeah,
underground
but I
lakes.
don't know what an underground lake is.
It's
How big are
tiny
those?
and it's
Cabin, they're
tiny and comparative.
small. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
And
So this is-
even then, underground lakes have less viewpoint because there's going to be topography that
Right.
blocks
Right.
portions of it.
Right,
So
right,
it
right.
might sneak into another avenue and make like a U shaped, but you only get to see half the U. So yeah, you've never seen this. This is probably like the first time you've ever seen an ocean. This is what your character should be perceiving. Like, oh my god, this is something. This is
Is this the ocean we've heard of?
yeah, or something like that. That would be your kind of because it goes out to the horizon. The water goes to the horizon.
You think it's an ocean, but it's not exactly.
It ends. Where does it end? That thing.
It's out there.
You do
It
see
ends.
birds kind of like hovering around and foraging / hunting for food. Some of them dive into water. There's egrets.
Has Doma seen a body of water like this before?
Well, Doma I think Doma came to Windheim, so he would have on his way to Fort Hall. So you would have seen this place once before. Maybe it was very briefly, but you would have seen Windheim once. And Roderick would have seen Windheim as well, but not come through proper. So I know this is the first time I've ever described it to you, gentlemen, but or all of you actually rather. But yeah, okay. So we're technically in character inquiring about your guys' plan. So is that scene done? Okay. So you have concluded that the way you want to approach actually intermingling with the government would be just to walk right on up and say, "Hey, we got something we need to talk to someone. We got big news." Okay.
Got big news.
Well, I'm going to talk to my mom. It's not like I'm just like marching into a palace going, "Speak to me now."
It's not like we're going and killing a king in a palace.
We're not known as Kingslayers. We don't have.
No, not again, at least, right?
That's a bad rumor someone started. Don't believe that.
How it beat us here. Jeez.
We have no clue. Exactly.
Okay. So
So there is a king though, right?
Here, no.
It's a council.
It's a council.
there is,
Don't get no funny ideas. Don't get any funny ideas there.
but
Jedi council.
But to
And
answer
if you kill
with
my mother,
Evelyn's
I
previous
will
history
kill
check,
you, Doma.
with Evelyn's previous history check, she knows the monarchy is gone. When the Unity Pact signed, the monarchy was disassembled to do it. It was previously ruled by one family, and that family had initially had some really, really bad people and some notably good ones, which is probably those few good ones that came through is why there was never like a massive uprising. But near its end, its decline, when it was the fiercest for the in the Age of Conquest, it was just a strain of bad ruler after bad ruler after bad ruler. You can imagine it very similar to like Jerusalem and Judah, where they had some good and some bad, and then near the end of it, it was just shit. Terrible rulers that were almost universally hated by like everyone. Very greedy.
I have a great idea, everybody. So the same way we took down the monarchy in Medan and killed the king, just to fuck with Laris, let's reinstate the monarchy here.
Oh,
No.
fuck.
Let's find a ruler, won the bloodline, restart the Arkelya dynasty. Brilliant idea.
Nope.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's do it. You can be the queen, Evelyn.
Well, I mean,
I don't want that. No.
Fine. Anyways, yeah, sorry.
okay.
Digression. We're going to the office.
Yeah, so as you continue marching southwest, you're starting to see more and more civilization. And so there's points where you're like, oh, this is enough population to be a small town. But it just keeps continuing as you move southward, that the town doesn't stop. Or if it kind of stops, it's not too far before like another little hovel of homes and things start appearing. And it just keeps getting larger and larger and more dense. And more, and there's more farms and more people, and you're starting to see wagons being moved around and goods moving from one place, and people are tipping their hats and asking about how the family is from the west side of the states, and how there's a couple people off on the shoreline that are currently fishing at this moment. Call definitely pays attention to them and their fishing patterns and things like that, and there just starts to becoming this hubbub of civilization, a large civilization. From my man up in the sky to even you guys down below, it doesn't take too long before you actually get to see much more clearly the cityscape that is Windheim itself. Maybe about 300 to 400, let's say 300 to 500 feet range, off the ocean side, or not ocean, sorry, lakeside, sorry, is the boundary of where Windheim proper starts. and that this. I mean, technically the Laurels is part of Windheim proper, but the real original city would be this island, this massive island in the middle that is probably in the ballpark of maybe a mile in diameter from one side of the circle to the other side of the circle, and it's circular shape mostly. There's a little bit of land that kind of juts off to the side. You can't currently see the south side of it, but Evelyn, you would know the southeast side of Windheim is a port, a large port that has a bunch of towers and spires, and it's got this nice curvature into where boats come in one side and then come out on the other side and then circle back out into the lake. You also would notice that from your guys' perspective, as you're starting to see Windheim itself, there's sort of like a dome shape. Not that itself is got a ceiling over it or anything like that. There's a kind of the way the buildings kind of escalate towards the middle. There's a implied spherical shape to the entirety of the center of this giant center island. Most notably amongst this is that on the outside, which is kind of where you guys are now, right? There's 50-foot tall walls, and these walls are brilliantly white, very, very sharp white. It's easy to see them. Light is easily reflecting off of them, and even though you're not at there right now, you're still, probably half a mile away or so from actually getting to that point on the coast side. That you can easily see, and they don't look dirty in any capacity. You also notice past the wall, the main thing that's giving this illusion of a spherical shape is the series of towers that are placed inside the city. And these towers is probably where the name of City of Spires comes from, because these are all lawns, almost like candle-shaped structures. They're column-ish. They seem to be mostly thin, and they go up. The ones on the nearest to the wall appear to be maybe 10 feet taller than the wall. And then there's like another ring of them more towards the center, and those ones are like 15 to 20 feet taller than the ones that were closer to the wall. And then there's another ring past that with progressively less and less towers as you're moving more and more towards the center of this circle. But those ones are even taller. And then the very center of the city is this massive structure, which you would know, Evelyn, is the Trelfont, which is basically the palace. The previous where the monarchy used to rule, which has now been converted into the central governmental hub. That would be where you'd want to go if you want to try to organize something with the council. And in the center of the town, there's one very large, massive spire that is taller than everything else, all the other towers. But there are two adjacent towers to it. They're near its height, but maybe 10% to 20% smaller than it. But yeah, there's just this giant curvature dome shape to it. At the top of every one of these towers, including the palace itself, the very peak of that apex happens to be a cluster of blue crystal that is just like jammed together. Sometimes the shapes are mostly diamond-like, but some of them kind of have more of a spherical bottom half to it. Other ones of them might be more sharper corners and more pyramidal. But they all seem to have this kind of shape of where a geode was crafted or constructed. It seems very reminiscent of Agnir, but it's not the color hue of Agnir. It reminds you of this giant, the massive size of these crystals that are floating or perhaps attached to the tower himself, or the peak of every one of them. And they all have this kind of like, not quite azure blue. It's a little bit darker in scale than sky blue, but a sharp blue at the top of each of these towers.
How
yes.
much does Thorak know about Agnir? Because he's been in the mountain for...
Can you make an Arcana check? You definitely know of it, minimum. You know of it, that's for sure. Did you DC? I think
Potato!
Yep.
Potato!
Yeah, just
the first
stuck
casualty of war.
I thought he was just like pause for a moment,
Yeah.
like. But no, that's ineffective.
Well, this sounds like a nice time to run to the bathroom really quick. Excuse me.
All right,
All
well,
right. We'll just resume without Potato for a moment. So rest of you are back. I'll just hope the webcams will be like this, and that's fine. I guess.
What about me?
We're all back, so we're gonna resume now without Potato. Unfortunately, so his question, I don't even remember what his question was really about, but it's gone
wow.
now. There's an interruption.
Just.
All right. So, yeah, apologies about the webcams, but I'm not going to fidget with them forever, especially with a Kyle inbound soon, too. So, back to where we are here. So, yes, dome-shaped Windheim, blue crystals at the top. Oh, he was asking about Agnir. That's right. But
He was asking about Agnir.
yeah, but so these blue crystals, and from the higher perceptive people, you can tell that that majority of them appear to be affixed to the tower itself. There does appear to be a couple of them that look like that the crystal might just be floating at times, maybe a couple feet or so off of the cusp of the top of the tower. But yes, they are there, and you would also notice that like effectively everything from the Windheim city, the main city itself, not the Laurels and the shore, but the Windheim itself, almost everything is a brilliant white. It's all made of some kind of stone that is almost as pristine, almost always clean. There doesn't appear to be any scuffs or debris. And you don't see anyone servicing it on the outside, like scrubbing it or some poor serviceman with like a rope trying to make sure things clean. It's brilliantly white.
Economy!
Including the interior structures. Those towers, brilliant white. The palace, brilliantly white. So, yes, it's made of some pristine, amazing stone. Now, you would see the bridges at this point. You would see the bridges that connect the two bridges I mentioned earlier, and you would see that there are several like points of potential like barricading, right, portcullises and stuff that would try to prevent you from getting inland if you needed to get more inland. And then I guess there's one more. Well, actually, you would see it. So another interesting feature about Windheim, the center city, is that the center city has what appears to be a road structure that leads up towards the Trelfont, the palace in the center. You notice that there appears to be, and it's got to be over 50 feet tall when it gets near the castle, but there are these ramps that lead up to this upper road almost. And so there's this like a Y, like a Y shaped, and the center of the Y is where the Trelfont happens to be. There's these three routes that lead together and connect, and that they're above the wall itself. So you can see just there's a road that leads up, which must be over 50 feet tall to lead up to that point. Some kind of like crown structure. It looks sort of gemish in the way it's kind of like poised. Right. So there covers an introduction of what Windheim looks like from your current perspective, Windheim proper. And then in front of you is just a slew of homes, businesses. As you look more and more west, it's more and more farms. There are some shanty, more dilapidated buildings, or buildings that might need more care in their construction. And there's just a large amount of people moving about, inquiring about each other's lives, or trying to haggle the best deal. There's fish vendors. There's potters, leather workers, skinners, a variety of goods. And as kind of mentioned, this area, the Laurels, which is where you're entering right now, is the common place where most of Windheim's real heart happens to be, is here. Of course, the leadership would like to think that, hey, the real center of it, the government, right, that's the real center of it, and there are these districts inside Windheim itself, past those walls, past the bridge into the walls. But out here is where the real people happen to be. And no one's stopping you. No one's asking you how. Oh gosh, it's rich people. No one's acting that way. There must be enough intermixing of wealthy and non-wealthy that exists in this area. There probably are more notoriety areas of the Laurels where there are richer individuals. They're probably closer towards where the bridge happens to be. That's probably more where security happens to be, because there's more need to keep that point of entry secured. Yeah, most of these buildings out here are made of wood, but there are a good handful of them that do have masonry, stones on the bottom, and definitely some foundation. A couple of them are like full brick. These seem to be much more amazing. Some of these homes might be suited into also being shops with like their signs coming out of them. Tanner's Tannery and Laura's Lullabies. What's the random shop names of people trying to pinch money and make their home also their place of business. And you have officially now entered into Windheim, where you're now in the Laurels and intermixed with this. You do see occasionally there are individuals that are wearing armor, And the armor is mostly chainmail. Most of these people are in chainmail, but there are some people that are wearing leathers. But there's a very common motif upon all these individuals that you would recognize are the police force. They all happen to have a blue band or like a detail that makes this like highlighted blue color that around like one of their left or right biceps. Some of them have multiple bands. Some of them have only one band. But these individuals seem to be the police force that help secure it. So there's a couple of them that like there's a group of like 3 of them currently questioning someone, and you can see it's like some kind of like halfling who seems overly nervous. I swear, I got it from my friend. It's not mine. I swear, it's not my stuff. Oh please, no, I don't. And they're like pulling out manacles, and he's just looking really not his day today, right? So as you guys have now entered into the precipice of the Laurels, and there's a slew of beehive activity in front of you, is there anything you would like to do?
Question.
Yes.
Okay. Last we spoke with Verlina, she wasn't in Windheim, right? She was outside Windheim?
Time for a message.
The last time you spoke to Relina was when Roderick messaged her when you
Right.
guys got past the mountain range. And
Right.
it wasn't like midnight, but it was, I think, later in the day. And I think you guys were basically going to bed, right? This is when because this is when normally Roderick throws his message, because he's saved his spell slots in case there's combat.
Why wouldn't
So,
you?
yeah, I spent them all at the end of the day. So she
responded.
She was awake. She did respond, and she actually responded with a very verbose message that didn't quite fit in their message. And then she sent you her own sending spell to kind of regale it, to give a little bit more on it. She never implied. There was never a question of where she was. I'm almost certain she never said, "Hey, I'm here." This was not a question that was asked or presented. It was just like, "Hey, we're here. We're okay. Are you fine?" We're heading to Windheim, basically. It's kind of like what your guys' is just to her, and then her response more or less was affirmation. Okay, yeah, I'm fine, and all right.
Okay, so would I know of where I might find her? Like,
Yes. There's several possibilities of where to find her. She does not live in the Laurels. She lives
Right.
in Windheim proper.
right.
So the most likely place that she would be at Lemir's Emporium of Gadgets and Goodgets, which is located in the Orient district inside Windheim, the Windheim proper, like the center island. I can't keep calling it Windheim proper because the city's called Windheim.
I know, right?
So
it's like, what do I call it?
the center. I should have named it. I didn't think about this. This is one of those things that was not planned out. Windheim Center.
I don't know.
Windheim proper center. There you go.
Windheim Center. There you
Yeah.
go. That's the name.
Oh my god.
It's not a hill, so I can't call it Capitol Hill.
Right.
So
Well, it could be a hill. Just
Outer
reimagine
city.
your city a little bit.
Inner, outer, outskirts.
yeah, in inner city then. Yeah, inner city. In the inner city, in the Orient district, is where Lemir's Emporium of Gadgets and Goods is.
Now,
The
would I
premier
know-
magic shop. Not the only one, but the premier magic shop, at least advertised by Relina.
would I know?
Self-titled
best.
best in Windheim.
Would
Second best.
the Lemir's store, would it be on the way to where we were already going, or is it like out of the way?
So yeah, on the way the city is set up, the inner city is set up into
Right.
3 districts, and they cover a third of the circle. Actually,
Gotcha.
There's a fourth district that kind of is the little extra island that leads in where the bridges connect.
Right.
But so the 3 main districts, one is for like religion. That would be that is the Court of Reverence, and then that's the northwest portion. The southwest portion is the Aurora district, and that is where there's college. The University of Windheim is located here, and it also includes the majority of the residency happens to be here, including the very rich individuals who live in the Verdant Rose or something like that. Gotta pull up the Windheim section. Oh boy, Verdant Rose, got it right. That would be where the richest of the rich basically live there, and that's in the Aurora district, and that's southwest. And then in effectively the straight east, because it's split up into thirds, and each district is the same size. There's like a geometry to keep everything really well organized. The city planning was immaculate. The east side is the the Orient district, and the Orient district is effectively equal distance from as the Aurora district to the port of Windheim, but the majority of the port of Windheim's traffic goes straight into the Orient district. And that's why the Orient district is there, because this is just like the easiest way to. So unfortunately, if you were going to the Trell Fount, you would actually enter into past the walls, and then you would immediately get on this high road I was talking about, this like cradling bridge. And there is two other entry points, both on the either from the Court of Reverence or from the Orient district that you can use to get there. But the fastest way would be to just ignore the districts completely, hit the high road,
and get on the road.
And just walk your way up to the Trell Fount.
Northwest, you said, was core of what?
Court of Reverence is where the religious institutions would happen to be, as well as an amphitheater and the People's Puppet or something. Where are you? It should be 2. The Speaker's Pulpit, sorry, is also there. So there's some other things that happen there too, but it's the religion district is what predominantly happens to be. All these districts also include like a couple shops and a couple points of residence here. They're not just reserved for the Order District's not just business, and the Aurora District's not just education /
exactly.
But those are the predominant themes in those specific. Okay. And then the 4th district, which you have to walk through. So right as you get past either the bridges, either the South Bridge or the North Bridge, the first district you would get into would be Grandview Park, is what it happens to be. And Grandview Park has a north side and a south side. And as you get past these, this is where you would get to the wall, the 55-foot tall wall is where you'd get to here after the Grandview Park section. And the north side of the Grandview Park is called the Arch Bengala, which has primo shopping experience, at least what they advertise. And the south side of the Grandview Park is Pikes Point Plaza, which is also advertised, if not equally or superior than the Arch Bengala. You should go to Pikes Point Plaza. So the two of them have a competing of come here, and the other ones that come there. The southern one has much more of a should we say coastal vibe to the architecture, mosaics and stuff like that. And then the Arch Bengala has a whole bunch of the theme would be more of like Roman aqueducts, or just these curved structures all over, hence the name the arch bends. There's just a lot of curves in every places, even unnecessary. They're not meant for utility, they're just for aesthetic, right? They're just buildings that exist there to give a curve for a little cubby to walk down and underneath, basically. So it's your choice of preference of which one you would want to be shopping if you're going to shop at those points. But you would have to go through those. So you cross the bridge, you get into this little outer district, the Grandview Park district, and then you would move past that to get past the 55-foot tall wall, of which then you would now enter into where you could go on the road and go to the Trell Fount, or you could go left to Court of Reverence, right to the Aurora district, or you could go through the Aurora district and then end up east to the Orient district, or you could technically walk the high road, the high road, and go down to the other points of where you want, and then the southeast side is the port. Yeah. I maybe should just throw you guys the map. I don't know why I was explaining it this way, but hey.
I'll just lead us to the high road, and we'll just go up the high road. We'll just go the quick short way up.
Okay, so currently you're in the Laurels, but you're gonna go. Yep. You're just gonna beeline to the Trell
When we
Fount.
Get there, we'll take the. So, and I'm guessing now Akal and
Pyrrhus
are they with us?
Yeah, good question. I never actually gave the opportunity. Would you guys have descended and stopped flying as you kind of entered in the Laurel?
Yes.
Okay. So
Pyrrhus would have shifted back.
Yeah, Pyrrhus is back into walking. This means that you guys are now moving at their pace, no longer at the horse pace. So you could actually get off your horses and lead them, or you could keep riding them. It's your choice.
I'd get off. I'd get off.
Lead the horse.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll lead it.
The majority of the individual, there are people, there's enough street space to allow carts to come by, and there really isn't a lot of grid walking where people have to like, oh god, your wagon come first. No, that doesn't really happen. These are wide, spacious. These are the main roads. Those narrow passages would exist down the alleys and stuff like that, but not down the main road. It easily can support 6 wagons shoulder to shoulder, right?
Yeah.
So it's massive in scale. And that's kind of like this main road you've been taking down along the western coast, or western shoreline. Right. So as you guys continue down and now past the threshold of Laurels, and you've seen your first interactions with the People's Band, the local police, basically. The road kind of starts curving, and then makes a sharp turn southeast, which leads right to the bridge that would get to this marvelous white-walled section, this spherical portion, the city center, the inner city. You would see this bridge leads right to it, and you'd see another bridge that looks almost identical, just moving up from the south side north instead on the opposite side. And there is some traffic crossing it, but you recognize the bridge itself is acting as a filtration point. You can see that there are people that are currently in line with wagons trying to coerce guards, pay guards, or whatever it happens to be to gain entry. But there are people also just walking by, but no one is coming through to the inner city without being stopped by guards first. It is being filtered 100% of the time by every individual. So you guys make your way down towards this and enter into line, is what I would assume you would do, unless you want to approach it differently.
I'm just going in.
Okay.
Yeah, Evan. Get the line. Just go.
This is where you would...
Am I getting odd looks in this city, by the way? Or am I just being dismissed as a face in the crowd?
Well, your passive perception's not notoriously great. So...
Nope, terrible. But this is something Dumbo would be paying attention to.
Effectively, what it would be is every time you would look because you think someone's looking at you, you're just always late. You're always a second late. You're just kind of like as you're looking at them, they're kind of scratching the back of the head, right? They're always
I can tell people are looking, but I go to look and they're looking away.
Yeah, and there's the after effect of them oh god, he's gonna look at me, and they start doing something else. They're moving jars onto a shelf or tidying up something, right? Or there's definitely is a point though where there's just a kid who just is sitting in the road and he just has some kind of messy hands with like spaghetti. He just had spaghetti in his hands, right? And he just stops there staring at you with his mouth agape.
Yeah, it's I'm sure Akal is acutely aware of them staring at the adventuring party. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's also a large amount of adventurers. You're not the only one in that trade.
Yeah.
But
us being such extraordinary adventurers, you know.
Okay.
Yes, they're all that are marvel at us.
So yeah, the kid is just gawping at you. Did you want to do anything with this kid?
Is he staring at him or his mount?
No, he's staring right at Doma. Like
Not
he's
the
looking
mount,
right at Doma.
not the giant flame elk.
Not the elk. No, he's looking at you specifically.
Oh, Doma.
No, I don't do anything with him. What the hell?
So he's going back. Kid is
Becoming
his
hero
eyes
Doma.
trail after you.
Stare him down.
All right, so as you guys continue and you get into your line, there's definitely some huff puff and oh man, gotta wait once again, and some people are kind of preparing coin, perhaps to pay for entry. There are some individuals that appear to be more well off that will not have to pay for entry, probably based off of authority. But you see that these individuals. You see that these individuals that are being filtered are not being filtered by the same people that were keeping police of the Laurel section.
Right.
They're not the People's Band. This would be the Windheim proper, and the all major cities tend to have this kind of staff instead. And these would be the Tribune, is what this happens to be. These individuals, all of Windheim's military / enforcement carry blue is their main color of symbolization that they're someone of enforcement. So while the People's Band has a blue sash or some kind of circular ring around a shoulder or multiple rings, right? The Tribune, on the other hand, it just has their clothes are in a sharper blue, right? And then of course you guys, most of you being involved with the military at your least short reprieve at Fort Tall, would be aware that the military, the actual we go out there and we kill people, right? The army, that's the Blue Steel Brigade, and they all have their armor just seems to have a shimmer of blue. When light hits it at the right angle, it appears to have a bluish quality to it. It's very evident when every single one of them pulls the sword out at the same time. It's one of the things that Windheim was very well known for, is that their weapons look like they're enchanted even if they're not. Just the way the steel was happened to be forged with some kind of technique gives their metal this bluish hue to it. So those are your three main policing forces. The People's Band, which is your outside settlements and lower area. This is the group that would that should have been patrolling to the north and dealing with the farm that was ransacked. That's the People's Band's responsibility. And then the inner cities, so including the western states like Westwind, and then Windheim proper, that would be the Tribune. And then finally, the armies, the Blue Steel Brigade. And then Evelyn, you're aware of the fourth enforcement that only exists here in Windheim itself, and that exists in the Trelfont specifically. And this is the equivalent of basically the Royal Guard. That would be the High Watch. They keep control over predominantly the Upper Road, which is the High Road. That's their main jurisdiction. But they're far more concerned about the Trelfont itself and keeping the High Council and a major governmental figure protected. And those are your most notorious, battle veteran, extremely powerful combatants tend to be these individuals. So you don't want to have some idiot come through and be like, regicide, it ain't gonna go well.
Right.
Yeah, it won't.
So the High Watch, are those the ones we have to pass to get up into the Trelfont area?
Yeah, so if you're gonna get onto the High Road, you're going to expect that there is going to be a presence of High Watch there.
Gotcha.
Especially much more concentrated and congregated near the Trelfont itself.
Okay. And I'm assuming I'm familiar with this the way it all looks and flows and all that stuff. You've been in and out of the city and all the time. So it's usually you are accompanied by specific individuals to help do the fandangling for you. Right. They're like, oh, don't you know who I have with me? Kind of crap, right? Like, yeah. And then so you don't typically have to deal with yourself, but occasionally you've had to actually show your presence and interacted with these people. Gotcha.
Okay, so as you kind of make this way, waiting in line for your opportunity, some people are dismissed in a huff puff. How dare they deny me my goods? This is outrageous. I have the best pots from Salakal right here. Damn it! Would you like to buy one instead? No. Oh, damn. All right. And he takes his a rickety wagon that's barely being kept together, filled with pots that have notable cracks in them. He's trying to sell as being artistic flair. He gets kicked out. He doesn't make it through. Looking for some other poor sap inside the laurels to buy this instead. Eventually, you make your way up in line to the point where, as you guys approach, who's leading the charge? Who's taking point of your little Mary?
Push someone to the front. Who would do that?
Who's taking point?
That'll be me.
All right. So as Evelyn steps forward, right, and you kind of like prestidigitation yourself a couple times, like better make sure that.
I did that this morning. I did a nice.
Yeah, but I just imagine at this point in time you might be a little bit even more like I gotta clean myself up, so you're just extra doing it, right?
Yeah. I got the wind blowing my hair back. Yeah.
All right, so you step forward, and as you step forward, Doma, you kind of feel like a tug on the back of your like right sleeve, right? Not sleeve, rather your arm, right? And then you see like Aniele that is like behind you, and she kind of just like pushes her face like right into like the back of your back right corner of your shoulder. She doesn't appear to be doing too well at the moment.
Is everything okay, Aniele?
This is a lot. I'm just trying not to. Can I just be here like this for a bit?
Yeah, of course.
And so then she just stays like right in your proximity. Her like head like what almost would look like resting, but you can feel that she's like almost like a baby burrowing its face into like its mother's side because it's scared. Is what it feels like. And Evelyn, you approach forward, and as you come up, registration papers, please.
Hand on my papers. Good day.
Papers. What papers do you have?
I have my papers.
Do you have your
noble-
papers? Do you have
Yeah.
papers?
That
What are
kid
they
you saw
called?
earlier,
I
Jack,
don't even
your
know the
papers.
name of them.
I know the
Also,
name, but
the seal of your seat, your house.
Wait,
My
scroll of pedigree?
My scroll of
pedigree?
pedigree.
Your
Yeah.
scroll of
I will
prestige.
show them my
she
scroll of
she knows the name. All right, so we can't delay it any longer. She knows the name of the All right, so you pull out either your house signet, scroll of pedigree, whatever thing that would show your lineage, right?
I have a ring too. I mean, whatever.
So the
Whatever.
So the man he stops and he kind of like unfolds his document. He starts like flipping through it, and there's a notable pause between him and the other ones. He's
So sorry.
so he kind of like notable pause, and you see him kind of like flip back, flip forward again, looks up at you, looks back down, folds the papers, hands them back over to you. Right, we're expecting you. If you would follow me, please.
Well, what about the rest of us, huh?
Evan, the rest of us.
So
We're part of her adventuring party, her repertoire.
so Evelyn,
Make
do you make a judge?
Who's expecting me?
So the individual you're talking to, you don't know his name, right? He's just
No.
some individual.
Random
So
guy.
you question that. Now,
Derek.
as you do this, though, Kyle just came in, so I need Kyle to get his camera on. Not share
John.
your screen. Share your
John Guard.
share your
John
camera.
Guard.
please.
It's Jon Snow, guys.
Perfect. All right, and now I need to redo the position of cameras because Kyle is A and he's all the way in the front. All right, Evelyn's fine.
Just rename his name in the
DDW
server.
apparently has become the DM.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Dagon's Dungeon Master Experience.
Yeah, you'll just have to let me. You'll have to give me the 5 minutes to fix this real quick. Sorry.
You guys already start? You guys started already, right?
We did start. Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
We're in Windheim.
What?
Well, we're
Yep.
we're not in Windheim.
We just got there.
We're in Windheim,
We're
but not in.
almost to the center. City? What did he call
We
it?
haven't done anything.
Basically,
Inner city.
we got through
Going
the
inner city.
laurels. We're
I'm
going
calling it
into
the plateau.
We're
The plateau.
So the laurels is like outside of Windheim, but it's part of Windheim. Which
We're
is
getting
think like
arrested right now.
think like the
guys. Come on.
commons.
Okay.
and we're
Hey,
about
don't
to go
jinx us.
into Windheim.
Alright, I'm gonna get this fixed here. Alright. That, okay, and then this one. Oh, that's just gonna suck. That's this one here. And then we'll get this and put that. Oh, come on.
Where's the password?
Can someone DM
I
it?
got you.
Thanks.
I got you.
Homeward bound.
You don't want to say it out loud while we're on stream.
Too late. Too late.
Don't
It's like
worry.
the 3-second delay.
Okay, Demi's correct. Petite's fine.
Oh,
Evelyn's fine.
home on
DTW
the
in the right
range.
spot.
French toast. That's a
I'm
weird password.
Currently.
Oh, I love French toast.
All
dude.
right, good. So once Potato comes back, if he comes back,
Home
we
fries.
might have to deal with this again.
Ooh, actually, what am I now?
Potato.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, we
brought it
lost
back? Was that
Potato
him?
along the way.
Unfortunately, no Spub. He lost him partway through the session. He hasn't come back. Okay, so I'm ready to resume here. So, yes, Kyle, from your perspective, the following events have occurred just to catch you up. Your party woke up, and they ate breakfast, and nothing monumentous happened, and you guys just started traveling. Okay, why did... If you turn off your camera, it changes the positions of everyone.
The rage. The rage.
Yeah, you guys got on your mounts, pirates turned to bird, carried a call, and you guys just made your way south towards Windheim. And you have entered into the Laurels, which is the outer section of Windheim, and you see this giant cityscape that's in the center. There's like this island that's about a mile in diameter. It's circular mostly, and that is where Windheim, inner city Windheim, happens to be at Windheim proper. And so you guys are currently there's 2 bridges that lead into the inner city, and you are on the northern bridge right now, and every person that tries to get into the inner city is stopped by the Tribune. Yeah, the Tribune, who are the police force of the inner city. There is an outer police force called the People's Band, and then there is other guards too, but we'll ignore that for now. So, yes, I see a question on your lips. What's up? No?
Me?
Yes, it just seemed like you had a question.
No.
Okay, so effectively, your character has just been following along, and you've been traveling, and you are now about to enter. I would let you know that your character's former pharmacy was in the inner city. So you have gone past this point before. Normally, Riffraff is separated from.
Was he in the Oread district?
But also remember, we're ever closer to Wormsworth.
Oh boy.
Right. So
Oh, no.
yes, technically true. You would be nearing your point of your adversary's residence. Would be.
Oh boy.
So are you in for a little arson?
No. Absolutely
no.
not.
We got
Let's just close that
admin.
backstory real
Good
quick, shall we?
lord. Everybody calm down.
This is the moment we
Wormsworth
changed.
results
Doma's
shady
alignment right here.
shyster tactics.
Wormsworth didn't burn your place down though. You burned your
Are you
own
sure?
place down.
No, he didn't.
Are you
but
sure?
He
did.
burned his own place down.
He burned his own place down.
Yeah.
Gotta feed him
Insurance
fairly.
money. No.
Wormsworth had secretly covered your house in flammable liquid when you weren't looking. The accident was waiting.
That's not what happened. But he did get a
Okay.
simulacrum spell cast on himself, and there's no way Baldric can do 24
Yeah,
hours.
I'm really glad that when I filtered your story out and kind of maybe removed such amenities that those were recanted in your storyline, and now that has to be canon when I didn't intend it to be canon. That he had a duplicate of himself running around. Now there's two Wormsworth for me to worry about.
Oh.
One. You have to
Okay.
get
So.
That's brilliant.
Yes, so Evelyn, back to
Ask
your scene. You
who
guys
is
are literally at
fighting
the threshold.
me?
You stepped forward, but the rest of your party watched from behind after standing in line for maybe 10, 12 minutes of waiting your turn to eventually get up to the front. And then you handed your scroll of pedigree, and then it was looked over, double looked over, triple looked over before then it was folded up nicely, given back to you. And this man that's with you says, "We were expecting you. Please follow me." And he turns and just starts walking away, not even waiting for you to catch up.
Was this the emboldened
Excuse me,
breast
sir.
guy?
This
Wait.
is not.
um,
This is the Tribune. It's the city police.
Tribune?
The inner city police.
They were expecting her?
That's what this man said.
So I'm gonna follow and wave everyone behind me to follow.
Yeah,
all
follow
together?
through real
Excuse
quick.
me,
You were
is
all
someone
together
expecting
behind
me?
her. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So as you kind of wave for your group to follow forward, you guys start stepping forward. Who's next leading the charge?
Roger will be next.
Roderick's next. All right, Roderick, as you take a step forward, there's a woman, human female, very muscular, like large woman, like Arnold Schwarzenegger big, right?
Oh, God.
She just kind of steps in front of you and puts a hand up. Papers, please.
With her.
Me? They're with me. But
We're with her. We're with her.
he said I was expected. I'm confused what's happening.
It's probably time sensitive, so can you please step aside?
So as you made that, the woman looks over to the man who did not stop. He now stops, realizing there's still a commotion behind him, and he turns. Let them through. And
Yes!
Ooh, his heart drop. Roger's heart drops a little
she
bit.
steps to the side to allow you to go by. But as you go by, Roderick, you just see her this death glare as you kind of walk by.
I appreciate your hard work.
One of her like biceps, one of her biceps twinges just a little bit. You see the vein kind of pop
Starting
out
off on a good foot.
momentarily.
She doesn't
We're
have
doing
to
good,
insult you.
guys.
Her biceps do it for her.
We're doing good.
So the group, all of you, make your way, including your mounts. Apparently, are allowed entry.
Yo, demon deer coming along.
Yeah, but there definitely there's a squadron of Tribune here, right? There's a good 12 to 16 individuals, and a good 8 of them are like watching this demon elk go by and just like kind of looking concerned, like, are we supposed to let this through? Are you sure? Definitely questioning.
Doma, maybe you could, put him away for a little bit.
But he's so cool. Fine. I snap my fingers and he disappears.
He disappears in a puff of flame with smoke, and then there's all these wide eyes, and you see several people take like half a step back. Like now there's definitely much more space between them and your group now. He just vaporized that thing to thin air!
Behold my great power!
There you go, gentlemen. That's the way to put the fear in them.
Right,
Now-
no way I'm going somewhere without a commotion.
Baldric,
Right.
if you've gained entry here before, this is probably the easiest time you've ever gained entry into Windheim. Actually, was this exchange here. Even though it was awkward, it was the easiest, the least laborious ever for your
Wait.
character.
How does this get into Windheim? I thought we were already in it, and like we were like walking by like a shady
So-
place. And, like, come on in, Evelyn.
All right,
No,
all right.
Walking into Windheim.
I will give you a crappy.
going into the inner
here's a crappy
city.
drawing of Windheim. All right, so
The inner city. Think like
right.
think the Cloud District from Skyrim.
so right here, this line here, Kyle, this is the shoreline of the lake. Okay.
Yo, we get free doodles.
And
Versus
yeah, you do. You're intros. And you guys rode on a road that came through here and then went like this and then went on a bridge over here. And there's another bridge that comes from over here, over that way. And the road, technically, these roads connect and then they go south. So you guys marched here on this line, then made a left and go through here. This area here is technically part of Windheim proper. This is the Laurels, this outside section on the shore. That is where the commonplace, the majority of the population, the majority of commerce and trade, not upper class, but relatively rich middle class to very poor live here. There's not a large amount of slums, but there are a few small areas where there's very impoverished individuals. But Windheim's got a pretty good social program, so those areas don't stay populated for long. They kind of help them get help to support them. And then to gain entry into the inner city, the inner city is this giant circle right here. To get there, that's where the actual walls of the city happen to be, as well as the boundary of water from the lake. To gain there, you have to go across one of these two bridges or come from the port to the southeast. You guys went on the north bridge, and the Tribune is the police force of the inner city. They're the police force of all major cities of Windheim. And they're the ones that stopped you. Does that answer your question?
All right, outer city. What is there like there's a lake here surrounding this?
Yes.
Oh, like, yeah.
Correct.
Big old lake that
a
looks like an
giant
ocean.
body of water, and this is just a snapshot of it from this perspective. Water here going out to there. There's also technically there's a little island right here that should not be blue, but there's an island there too. There's an island there that has a building built on top of it, a large building actually.
Angle this looks like a bear trap. So, I mean,
as a trap? Windheim is a trap?
Windheim
I
a trap?
said a bear trap.
Okay. Other thing to note, Kyle, was that the inner city has a very prominent dome shape to it. It's an illusion of a dome. It's not actually got a ceiling over it. But there's dozens of spires, these giant arcane towers that would be the best I could describe it quickly for you. If you think of Dalaran, the towers in Dalaran inside of World of Warcraft, they're very similar structure to that. They're like these giant candle-like looking structures that kind of curve. Elegant designs into them. Some of them have frills on top, but they all have some prominent geode at the very top. And every gem at the very top of the peaks of each of these things all of them are a shade of blue. And the ones that are near the wall, they're just slightly taller than the wall. And the ones that go into the next ring that go towards the center, they get slightly more and more tall as they get towards the center of the inner city. And then the very tallest spire in the city is the palace in the very middle of the Trelfont.
But there's no barrier being emitted or anything. It's just an illusion.
Yeah, you just see that the way that the height of the buildings as they move towards the center, and predominantly most of these are from these spires themselves. They give that illusion.
One last question.
Yes.
Where is Grand View Park?
Yes, Grand View. So Windheim is separated into 4 main districts. The inner city has a little district that you have to go through to get to the inner wall section. So from that perspective, here we go. So you have this little circle. Well, that was not right. Whatever. All right, you have an inner circle, and it has these little pie shapes like this, right here. And from your perspective, your question is referring to the entry point. So you get on these bridges, right? And as you get on the bridges, there's this little outer section right here. This green little blob here, that would be Grandview Park, which in the very center is the park itself. To the north is the Ark Bengala. To the south is Pikes Point Plaza. And these are competing shopping districts that think the other one's inferior to them.
Right.
Yeah. And you would happen to know that the place that you used to live at was in the Ark Bengala. That's where your shop, your pharmacy was placed. Your doctor stuff was there.
The Ark Bengala's where again?
So, yes.
The
AB.
north side.
And then south
Right.
side over here is would be PPP. And this entire green section is considered Grandview Park, technically.
Okay.
And now
So PPP is where Wormsworth was.
yes, correct. His points of residence was at Pikes Point Plaza.
Wormsworth.
Now,
All right.
the last thing for you is this district right
Oh, wait.
here, Aurora District. This is the Court of Revenants, and then this over here is the Orient. I'm totally spelling that wrong right now, but F it. This is commerce, basically your trade district. This is a education / living arrangement for the upper class, and then here would be your religion district, basically. These lines, these curved lines, this is actually a road that goes up like a giant overpass that leads to the very center where the Trellfont happens to be located.
Oh, okay. Can we stop with the geography?
Hey, okay, yeah, great.
No, all right, I get it. We got a wall outer little city out here of slums, and then you got some people, a bridge coming in here, and inside. Once you cross this bridge, it's on the lake. You get into a nice little park where I live. My park was one side's good. That's the AB side. Over that's called the Orabet, the
Arc Ben Gloa.
yeah, Aurora Borealis, and then we've got PPP. And then you've got some really fancy schmancy stuff up here near the capital where the king would be.
Yeah.
Neat.
Okay.
Castle.
Great. All right. Cool.
Okay. So you guys have made your way. You're on the bridge right now, and you're following this guard, right? And he says nothing to you. So he just keeps walking, and you follow suit, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Evelyn's still taking point here. So all of you kind of follow in tow behind her. This bridge is still wide. It can still support 6 wagons. This bridge, shoulder to shoulder. And the majority of the traffic is kind of on the shoulders, but you guys are kind of like right down the middle, which is kind of where most of the foot traffic happens to be. Wagon sides, foot traffic down the middle. And you guys just follow us. There's one human, brown hair, short. He did have like a notable scar like under his like right side of his face went down to his jaw. And you just following after this gentleman as he makes his way into the perimeter. You guys will now see the Grandview Park, and so that's immediately in front of you here. You see a bunch of well, actually, I should say you first would notice that this area here is technically not in the walled portion of the city yet. The Grandview Park area. The wall is that red area. So as you're coming in here, there's like this little lip that kind of bleeds out, and you just see there's a bunch of buildings to the left and to the right. Actually, wait, isn't there a wall? Oh, there is a wall. My bad. Sorry, there is a wall.
So
you have to go past the wall. There's 2 walls. My bad.
So the red inner wall, that's where the High Watch would be.
Yes,
versus
High Watch.
This outer area, which has the Tribune.
Well, the red area in itself will not be High Watch. It's just the
Just the
road
palace?
and the palace.
Okay.
The Tribune will still be populating these districts.
Okay.
Right.
Makes sense.
Okay. Sorry. So there is a wall around the entirety of the island. I kind of forgot about this. And the wall does encapsulate around the north and south side of the Grandview Park. It's just that this wall here is larger in scale. So the wall on the outside, that one's 50 feet tall, and then the red wall around the red section, the intersection, is like 65 feet tall. So it is taller, but not dramatically taller, but helping given the illusion of this like dome appearance. Okay, sorry, this minute details. All right, so in front of you is just when you get on this area of the land. For one, the bridge made of that same white stone you've seen all the inner city made out of, right? It's pristine, it's clear. There's a very audible click after each of your hooves from your horses as well as your shoes. Just make a very audible scene, pee noise as you walk across them. And you notice that none of them are blemished. There's not a single like skin mark or oil spill or anything. It just seems like this, whatever this is made out of, is completely resistant to such blemishes.
Arcana check.
Or they have damn good cleaner. What was that?
Arcana check.
Roll an Arcana roll.
Yeah. Here we go. Huh? All right. Stats. Man, what was that be? 27?
Okay. The stone it's made out of, the stone it's made out of is Hothasa. Hothasa is a derivative of Kaiasa, which is an import that is pulled out of the Falit Deserts. It is the main trade that the Dragonborns have from the Falit Deserts that keeps them commerce relative. Kaiasa is an alchemically infused basalt stone. I know, this is really important. It's a alchemically infused basalt stone, and Dragonborn are notoriously well known for they are the alchemical legends of Arkelya. So as dwarves are well known for masonry and metalworking, and elves are well known for their grace, poison, beauty, and art, Dragonborn are well known for being alchemical geniuses, especially when it's affiliated to elemental affinities. And Kaiasa is their amazing product. And this product line of Kaiasa has elemental derivatives where they make basalt enchanted to a specific type that makes it incredibly resilient to that type of elemental injury, basically. It also produces unintentionally a certain aesthetic hue to certain batches of it. So Hothasa is ice enchanted resistant Kaiasa, and this ice enchanted resistant Kaiasa has a brilliant pristine white glow, almost like it looks like snow, and places that are very rich like to buy Hothasa in high quantities because it makes their place look very pristine and clean, and it's really resistant to blemishes and smirks and other things. It's not completely resistant, it does need to be cleaned from time to time. There probably is a wealthy amount of people in Windheim that keep it clean, but yes, what's your question?
But you said ice, resistance to ice? Are we in a really cold climate?
Well, so you are more north than the Falit Desert, which is south of you. It's not that cold. Windheim is carries all seasons reasonably well.
For its ice properties, they need it because it was white.
They probably picked it for its aesthetically resonant. Yeah,
it's not Mr. Clean highway, and so they.
Yes. So there are other versions of Kaiasa. For example, just the most other prevalent one would be Thikasa. That is the red infused color one, and that one's fire resistant. And the capital city of the Salakal in the Falit Desert, Gaul, is made almost entirely of Thikasa. So those
Windheim's so rich they can afford this inefficient stone.
Oh no, it's not inefficient. It's expertly, geniusly alchemically, and it's incredibly resistant to damage, specifically cold damage.
This ice has got nothing to it. So, but Evelyn comes from here and is royalty. So she is loaded, is what you're telling me. She is super loaded.
One of the richest ladies you know.
Definitely more rich than you and your pantry.
Hey, wait a minute!
Damn you, voice in the
I don't
sky.
like this guy voice anymore.
Oh, that's Kaiasa. There are other derivatives, but those would be the two main ones. So I hope they're 27. It feels successful. Yeah. Any questions on any of that?
I wish I didn't roll a return.
You asked. I'm sorry, but yeah. So it's Hothasa, all right. And Windheim is made. The inner city of Windheim is almost universally made out of it. They if you wanted to deviate from,
which is resistant to bludgeonings and dirt and ice. Very good. Tax dollars well spent.
Oh, cat.
Tax coin,
right.
well
So
spent.
the bridge is made out of it. The walls are made out of it. The inner city is almost completely made out. The troll fountain is definitely made out of it. And but it is incredibly expensive. This is how Gaul remains a political power. Is this alchemical ingenuity? Okay, so you cross the bridge following the guard still, and you have now entered Grandview Park. And so you pass the first walls, the 50-foot walls on the outer side. And as you get,
is Aniele doing better now that we're out of the crowd? Or is she still looking miserable?
as you look back at her, you see she's still like burying her head into your shoulder blade, and you can sense that she is not just uncomfortable, but she seems to be in pain.
There goes my lay on hands for the day.
Are you laying handsing right now?
Yep.
How much?
I'll put half of it in today for now. Just like nice burst of it.
So there's 45 available to you.
Yep.
How
so
much?
I'll do like 22 or something like that.
Okay, 22. So you have 23 remaining. As you cast the spell, she kind of like perks up for a moment and like looks up, like if she didn't like something like caught her attention for a brief moment of time, and she looks at you, and you kind of see like the eyebrows furrowed down just a little bit. Seemingly she's a little upset, as she almost always is when you do it. But then you see she then
give her that charming award-winning smile.
Charisma check.
Oh god.
Watch him roll on that one.
Yeah, probably.
Lucky,
I got 3 luckies right now, dude. Got 3 luckies ready. Okay, 15's not bad. And my charisma is... Okay, what did you want?
Charisma, just charisma.
Just straight charisma?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it's a +5, so 20.
The any animosity that was there detected seems to melt away, and then she offers you a smile before she then cups your right hand with her left hand, and she basically walks like shoulder to shoulder with you, and she's kind of like leaning on you now rather than burrowing herself into you. What's Baldric muttering over there?
All these people, whippersnappers.
By the way, Baldric, you just missed him using lay on hands. You're like 3 seconds late.
Him using it?
Yeah, you kind of like you see like the kind of like orangish yellow glow for a moment, and then it's gone. And then you see Aniele and Doma are kind of like buttering up just a little bit, and then you're muttering and then it dawns on you, he just used lay on hands. Okay, so
I go down to a knee.
Just cover your head like no.
Is your friend? Is the old man okay?
I've twisted my ankle. I could use a little medicine. Oh, Dobo, come on over here and
I hold over a healing potion.
You handed me what?
He holds a potion with a red liquid inside of it in front of your face.
I stare at it. I take the potion. There you go.
Lose a potion, Doma. A Kyle gain a potion.
Yeah.
That's
I only had the one potion.
I think you only have one too.
We only carry one each for emergencies.
All right, so
I feel
Fine.
much better. Thank you.
So you never answered. Who is expecting me?
who?
Where are you taking us?
To the Trail Fount.
Oh, okay.
This comes from the very top. I'll be exchanging you over to the High Watch very soon once we get past Grandview Park. I assume that's not a problem for you.
No.
Is it, Mrs. Stira?
No.
Very well.
There's no prisons or dungeons or cells in this direction, right?
I don't
No.
really getting arrested.
No, there wouldn't
I
be.
don't think so.
There is one to the north, though, the Ivory Hold, the little island. That's
We're not going to the
Oh.
north now, right?
No, we're fine.
Yeah, shouldn't
I'm
need
sure-
to go there
I'm
as
sure
long
just
as
my
you
mom.
all stay cordial. No sudden.
John will like furrows his brow for a second. What's cordial mean?
Be nice, Doma.
Heavens.
Right.
No
Well-
shenanigans.
This way, and he continues walking. So as you pass the threshold finally of the first outer wall, you see Grandview Park in all its splendor. So in front of you, this center strip of this portion, the between the two different districts, right, is just it's basically like that Central Park for New York. It's a large amount of real estate with fields of grass. There's actually an artificial lake in a portion. Of course, it's pales in comparison. It's more like a pond. It feels like a sizable artificial water source here. Probably goes to maybe around 3 to 4 feet deep at points, maybe even a little bit deeper towards the center. You do see there's a couple people like on little skid not rafts, but like boats, like swan boats, kind of like meandering in it. It's a very nice little romantic spot for people to have picnics and other things. There is like a forested area, presumably an artificial forest in it, but there's these little districts of it, and then there also is a sizable section that has just private area where there's not quite a hedgerow, but there's vines and bushes that have been grown and cultivated in a way to make these little pocket areas for more secluded personal relaxation away from the more like family oriented area. And that would be like the immediately as you come in, that's the right here, you see this like walled vegetation, and you do see trees peeking out on top of it. The majority of the rest of Windheim, though, like outside of this, doesn't have vegetation. It's very almost sterile. It's very stoned. That Hoth also, and maybe banners and things like that, but not plant life. There's very sparse plant life besides here, located in the park itself. You also notice, as you guys can continue walking down, you're not walking through the park. You're walking adjacent to the park. So the bridge continues on a road going towards this more large wall in the center that has a portcullis that's currently risen. And you do see there's a couple like individuals at that part. It's within field of view, but you're going to like walk down the adjacent to the park. And on the other side where the south bridge came up, there's a mirrored line that's going up to effectively the same point. This portcullis, they kind of meld at this like bridge point. As you kind of follow your road and you're pulling in the splendor of the park and all these people are kind of relaxing and enjoying themselves, you immediately notice the higher quality of living that these individuals happen to have. You're not even in the center gate, right? You're starting the inner city here, but the people's clothing are much more clean. They're much more better quality. These people seem to be much more living it up. But maybe not to the point where they're all like nobles, but there's definitely an increase in the financial line of entering into the city itself. You do notice the presence of other tribune individuals. There seems to be a healthy amount of them walking down the roads and inquiring, helping people out. Doesn't seem like there's any criminal activity happening. No one's running around with like coin purses or people, come back here with my fruit. None of that's happening. It's much more ordered here in this portion of the city for sure. And it just seems to be, maybe there's almost an over presence of guard here actually. Of course, to the north end is the Arkelya Gala, which is very familiar to Baldric. Baldric, you kind of look northward just for a moment as you're following these people with maybe some fond and some bitter memories, and those bitter memories kind of then make your gaze look southward towards the Pikes Point Plaza. Now, to reiterate this, Arkelya Gala is themed much more like the Roman like aqueducts. There's just these lots of arches all over the place. Sometimes they're just not even meant for anything besides aesthetic. There's not actually a reason to have these like bridges and these arches in it, Kyle. There's a lot of, but that's where the name comes from or derives from, is these lots of arches in it. And that's where your pharmacy used to be. And then the south side is much more coastal inspiration, where it has like mosaics, and there seems to be maybe like a little bit too much sun beating on certain parts of it. There's a little bit more of a bleached look to the colors on the south and Pikes Point Plaza. Yes, what's
Pharmacy or my clinic?
Clinic. Sorry, I keep calling it pharmacy. Your clinic, your place of doctory. Sorry.
Okay.
And that would be to the
Only a
north.
pharmacy.
And as you kind of look north, where you can kind of see the town square in between the roads as you're walking by, you can see the town square, and you actually see the point where the dwelling where you're building was burnt down. And there's a new building in its place. Someone else has claimed that real estate and built a new entrepreneur business. Yes, you furrow your eyebrows, if you're grumbling to yourself about you being ousted out to your own foolishness.
Technically, I still own that property. I never signed any deeds or anything like that. Just because my dwelling is gone doesn't mean I've lost the land. But apparently,
I look at Evelyn.
the noble people here don't really respect property rights, do they?
I think I remember in your storyline you sold everything you had to grab every penny you had. You probably sold your land.
Later.
He might forget he sold his land, but I'm pretty sure he sold his land.
Up to him.
Pretty sure he sold it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's now as you make that comment that a memory floods in of you having someone pay you far less than what it was worth, but there was gold exchanged in it. You were kind of eager to get out of here based on the embarrassment of basically losing the worm's worth.
Eh.
All right, you guys continue moving down, and as you're about to leave Grandview Park and you're nearing that point in Park List, you see the last main spectacle that is of Grandview Park. You actually see a cluster of children, and there seems to be some woman a teacher or something like that. It looks like they're having like a field trip or something like that, and she's currently like trying to explain to these kids this monument that's erected right in the very tip, the center tip of Grandview Park. There's this giant statue right in the middle. It's over 10 feet tall. It's on like a elevated platform, and there's three silhouettes of humanoids kind of clustered together in some kind of weird arrangement. And the woman, she has like her hair kind of like loosely bunned in the back of her head, and she seems to be kind of stressed because the kids are not quite paying attention, and she's like, Timmy, no, don't eat dirt. Okay, listen kids, this would be the Red Lion here. He's one of the big heroes, right? Yeah. Oh, come on, Timmy, not worms! And it just seems to be that she's having a really bad time with Timmy specifically.
Specifically Timmy.
Yeah, specifically. But the kids are just really stressing her out. But she seems to be trying. And you guys see this statue of historical importance of three major individuals that were worthy enough to have a sculpture correct of them. The statue is immaculately well carved as you kind of just get a cursory glance of it as you walk by. And Evelyn and Baldric, you guys would be familiar with that. This actually has a placard up front of it, and it is of three monumentous people of Windheim's history. But I won't force that on you. So continuing past this,
Evelyn, who is those people?
The statues? I would tell them, I guess. I'm assuming I would know.
A tour of your city.
Well, I think we're kind of being like led somewhere at the moment, but after we can make a tour and do some stuff.
Because if they are important enough to have a statue made after them, then they must be important to your people's culture.
Yes. Yeah.
the guard stops as you kind of like talk to your people like that, and he says, that would be probably most wise to come back to this one out of these formalities.
Come back. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. And he continues walking towards, and you follow after him, towards the portcullis, towards the 60-ish foot tall wall. Yes.
So should we expect anything in particular, like good, bad, and neutral?
I'm sure he's just taking me to my mom, but I have no idea. He won't say who to say that it was high up. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm slightly concerned that it's
I think we'll be okay.
This just feels a little reminiscent of something, but okay.
There is no cause for concern. We are together.
I think we'll be fine. Yeah.
I'll turn towards Doma and say, "Did she leave on good terms?" And I'm eyeing north towards that tower where the prison dungeon is.
He doesn't. I don't think Baldric. I don't think he knows who I am, right? Like really. in game, I don't know if he knows technically.
I don't think he does. I don't think it's come up. I don't think it has.
You've mentioned your last name. I guess I could when I first introduced, and you guys said your names like 3 times to me, and I.
Yeah, but you're a little.
Well, the guard just said my name again, so you know.
You know his family name.
Her name was mentioned right as on point of entry. He just said Miss Sistera.
Okay. Does that mean anything to Baldric?
Make a history check.
Oh shit!
I have to invite this. You normally would know, but because your character is a little bit more aged, some information just might not be as valuable to you, right? You might have forgotten. So.
Okay, 12 plus.
That's 5 minimum.
5. Yeah. 17.
Yeah. So the Sistera name is the name of the High. Sorry. What's her title again? High Observer. High Observer Niera Sistera is one of the 5 council members. And
Wait a minute.
How long ago did this person say?
literally like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, we haven't gotten very far. It's a slow go here.
Yeah, sorry.
Did this? I point toward the big burly woman.
No, she's not following you. It's just the gentleman guard.
The guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
did this gentleman here just say, Sarah?
Yeah, that's my last name.
You're part of.
As you continue on with your gap, kind of like, wait a minute. You guys make your way through the portcullis, and there are several guards here as well. They're also dressed like the Tribune would happen to be, prominent shades of blue. And as the man comes up, you see he kind of gestures real quickly and says something under his breath. But your call, you would kind of catch it. It's basically like, per orders, we have the Heartseekers here. Right. And so the people kind of like make their way, and they allow you like no barred entry. And he kind of walks right past them. You follow in behind him, and you guys are now seeing this ramp that just leads straight up. To the left and to the right would be these little trivia points, which I was kind of generating earlier. You technically could see the Court of Reverence and the Aurora District as you get past the wall here. This ramp does not have a wall on it. There is a small like banister, but it's got like holes that you could see through, and you can see giant buildings down below. And the ramp climbs in elevation and goes up to maybe about 50, 60 feet in height before you see this giant palace, this huge spire right in the middle, which also has a cluster crystal at the very top of it, and there's two other spires that it's adjacent, flanked to the left and right, or that resemble the Trelfont. And you recognize you're going to have to walk up this relatively steep incline, this ramp that leads up to this upper road that could connect from these other points over here. But you would see to your left and to your right the lower city on this overpass as you move upward. So as you continue walking past the portcullis, right, and the man continues walking forward, he doesn't continue forward for very long, maybe 40, 50 feet, roughly like to maybe around here along the line, before there is a one man who is wearing very clean plate armor. Everyone else before you has been wearing basically chainmail. This guy's wearing plate armor. He has a prominent claymore on, like, strapped to his back. He is very muscular. He's tall, like 6'4". He's human. Brown hair. He has it pulled tight into like a little ponytail that kind of tucks a little bit about back there. It's almost like a rat tail, but not quite. It is groomed back there. He is mostly clean shaven, but the hair seems to grows in fast for him because you can already tell. It looks like he shaved this morning, but it's already, like, by this point in time, it's 5 o'clock shadow. And as you approach, this man is like barring the path, and you would recognize that this happens to be a High Watchman. In fact, Evelyn, you would know this man. This is the captain of the High Watch. This is High Watch Captain Krogar is who this happens to be. And so as you're this Tribune individual who was leading you this way, he approaches the High Watch guard. He like kind of gives a salute, and then he then turns abruptly, walks far to the side from you guys, and walks behind you, presumably handing you off to this individual.
Right. Captain?
Mrs. Stira, well, it's nice to see that you have made it. Made it back in one piece. We must get moving. Time is very short. So if you please follow me and your friends.
Where are we going exactly?
To the Trelfont. He turns and inclines his hand for you to start walking up the ramp towards the palace.
Lead on.
So you start walking ahead, and as you kind of get like within pace of him, he starts striding with you, and he's matching your speed. So he's kind of like shoulder to shoulder with you. So you're not quite spearheading it; you're doing it together, and the rest of the group is kind of following behind. And as you start moving your way up this ramp, again, the steep is it's got a high grade. So anyone that struggles with athleticism is going to start getting winded.
I'm going for a stroll.
And you start seeing that it doesn't take terribly long for you as this ramp moves up. It's also made of Hothasa, right? The brilliant white. But you start seeing the buildings. You're now 1 story up,
above.
2 stories up. Now you're above the predominantly of every other building. To your right, you see the Aurora District, and you see this beautiful, wide, like, campus area, which would be the University of Windheim. That's over to the right. It's kind of like in the corner. And as you're moving up here, you see the towering spires to your left and right. And it's clear as day now that you can recognize that there are 3 main rings of the spires. They all seem to be geometrically placed at right points equally spaced out. So the outer ring, those are the ones that are just maybe 10 feet to 15 feet taller than the wall of this section, and they're all equally spaced around. And there is around like I think it's like 3 per ring per thing, so it's like 9 of them out there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look at the map. I'm actually gonna look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there would be 9 on the outer wall, and then there's a second ring that's kind of like halfway down the middle towards the Trelfont inside each of these districts. And each of the districts has 2 of these towers, making 6 of them. And then in the very corner of these separate districts is one large tower that's almost touching the high road itself, but it's not next to the palace. The palace is in between the center of the crown. These ones are in the districts themselves, and they tower up, and they're like 80 feet tall or so, reaching quite high. But there's only one of those in each district. And then finally is the 3 spires in the middle, the Trelfont itself, as well as the 2 adjacent towers. And you can see bridges at different points on the side towers connecting to the main palace itself. So as you walk up the high road and see your elevation, and you're seeing the spires kind of like as you walk by them, you're just getting really good views of them. And they're expertly crafted, and they definitely have an elvish look that has lasted, right, through millennia. You eventually get to the point where the gradient drops off, and it kind of flattens out. And this is kind of like the terrace portion of the high road, and you're seeing several other well-dressed high watch individuals. There's not a ton of them up on this road. You've passed maybe 2 of them, well, let's say 4 of them along the way on the road up to this portion to as you're climbed up. But up in the terrace section, there is at least a platoon of them. So there's about 20 kind of like doing rounds. There doesn't appear to be any problem at all for them to be cared about, but they seem to be very vigilant in their watch and their discipline. And none of them stop you. And as you walk forward, you see that the only way to the Trelfont, there's this one little bridge that moves towards the Trelfont itself that connects the high road to it. It's not the high road just connects. There's one bridge to it, and that's from the angle you are right now. And you see this like stairway that melds off. And you do recognize the stairway has a fall to the left and the right. And the Trelfont is placed right in the middle of like a little triangle where there was a hole basically cut into this crown, and the Trelfont is placed in the middle of that little crown hole. And so it actually, the palace goes down. It's actually a place to walk into it down below, not just on the high road itself. But so this giant structure, 50 feet or so high off the ground, does have a beneath it section like an overpass, and there is activity. People down there moving, living their lives, and the palace itself comes down, it's like almost piercing through this, right? All right, so you guys get to this like stairway portion, and the guard activity here is there's definitely like 8 individuals, 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and they're placed up into a very formation-like position. None of them stop you. None of them look at you. They kind of just stare forward. And as you kind of get to this point, Evelyn, Krogar increases his pace just enough to get ahead of you, and then goes up the stairs. And it's not single file. You do have a space where you could walk shoulder to shoulder with at least maybe 3 to 4 people, but it seems that the luxury is to have you kind of go more of like a single file portion. And so he goes right down the middle on this white stones. You can just see like the sun kind of reflecting off of it. There is no red carpet. It's white. Windheim is white and blue is the main aesthetic issues. You see there's this like giant arch as you kind of get close to the spire itself as you kind of cross the bridge, and the arch has filigree on the side of a whole bunch of like wisping, waving like detail put into it. The arch itself, the door that you're approaching here, is 20 feet tall, and it is it'd be about 15 feet wide and 20 feet tall. And so there is 2 wooden doors here that can close shut and need to bar entry. And the wood is excellently varnished. It looks almost plastic with how much protective like warding and lacquer is put on top of it. And so you can see a sheen to it. It doesn't look like it's decayed ever. They have so much crap preservatives placed on top of it. And the doors are currently open right now, and there's a couple individuals of the High Watch there. Each of these people seems to have a different weapon of choice. It's not like they all carry the same exact weapon. It's whatever weapon that seems to be they're proficient with. You would know that the High Watch is kind of like where the esteemed heroes would end up, right? If you're a really notable combatant, they would offer you a sizable sum to guard the upper people, and if you're willing to stop your adventuring life, right? So the weapons of choice seem a lot more variety, especially compared to much more standard issues for the People's Band and the Tribune.
Yeah.
So there's a man that currently has like a giant glaive. There's another guy that's got a two-handed axe, and it's just like strapped with leather to his back. But they all are wearing like plate armor. So it seems like that's been kind of like a discipline that they have. They kind of look for fighters, is what it looks like. So more so.
Yeah.
All right, so you get past the arch barrier, and you're now inside the Trelfon itself. And you guys like look up, and you see that it's not just a clear like hollow portion. There is a ceiling ahead of you, and there's layers. This is a tower that has floors that go up and then go down, and then there's people kind of like walking to the left. There seems to be some like there's a dragonborn that's wearing relatively like royalish looking garments. This person happens to be red-hued. Red scaled color, and he's walking with what appears to be a Windheim like elf, right? And the Windheim clearly is an ambassador for Windheim, and the Dragonborn presumably is from the fleet. They're wearing very thin, like veil-like material to kind of like help keep heat from eradicating you, but also to block the sun. And they're kind of like walking the grounds, and so there does appear to be some diplomacy kind of stuff happening here. There's other individuals as well, but there's like as soon as you get past this threshold, it's a lot quieter in here. A lot quieter. I can't believe I forgot about that. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just do it now.
Oh. Bad bot.
Oh,
Dramatic battle music. Dramatic battle music.
As we walk up the stairs, I would just drop back towards Roderick, and I'm assuming they took our horses at some point before we're walking up the stairs.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Sorry, I'm so trying to think of the narration. So yes, as you got to the High Watch itself, before you got on the bridge, they would not have let your animals through. They would have, one of them would have approached, and Kroger would have like gestured, and then they would have like asked for the reins, and we would assume that you would have given the reins to your animals to them. They don't really lead them too far away because you guys continue to walk, because you don't know where the animals are brought to. But they are relinquished from your control.
So I would just drop back by Roderick and just like shoulder him, just nudge him, just that's it, as we walk up the stairs.
Yeah. So at this point, as you kind of enter this area, yes.
Let's turn to Doma. Wait a minute. Are they an item? And point towards Roderick and Evelyn.
Shouldn't you be asking them that?
You're...
I turn towards Artabaxi.
Are they? Those two. Are they an item?
It's really quiet in here. Your voice carries. They hear you saying this twice.
I believe they are coupling, yes.
A very engineeric way of saying that, yes. Coupling. No.
Coupling.
I did not know the extent of their relationship.
How long has that been happening?
I mean, since I've known them.
How long have you known them?
It's been say a month now.
How have I not noticed this?
I mean, you are older. I just imagine like the whole everybody's so quiet and we're just having this little conversation.
So, do you think we're going northward towards the dungeon, or do you think we're okay?
I believe we are okay. I like to believe we are okay.
You are not in trouble.
Yeah, they're not taking us to a dungeon, guys. They're fine.
Currently, you are guests. Expected guests.
I don't like how he said currently.
It means behave.
She has it
Am
correct.
I talking so loud that you can hear me?
Again, this area is incredibly quiet.
Yeah,
and
it's only I know, but Baldric's only catching on right now.
Oh my god.
Your voice does carry. You are quite loud.
We'll talk later.
That is a
Just-
compliment, by the way. I appreciate your how you're able to carry yourself.
As this conversation is happening, Doma, you hear Aniele whisper in your ear, I don't like it here. I don't feel very good.
Still happening. What's going on?
It's worse. As soon as we got into the city, I'm feeling really, really sick. And you kind of look at her. Her face is very pale, and it looks like she's like trying to fight off like throwing up.
Is Windheim?
Captain Krogar, is there a place that my friends could maybe rest? While
Well, I mean, anyone that's not incredibly important that would like to meet individuals, they can take a short reprieve into the waiting rooms if they'd like.
maybe you could just wait with her in a waiting room, Doma?
I can wait with her. Pyrus chimes in.
I
Okay.
don't mind waiting.
I don't really have much interest in any of this, so if you trust me with her, Doma.
I do. I don't see. You've never given me a reason not to trust you.
Then Aniele kind of looks at you, and she doesn't like fight it, right? She just looks like she's really suffering at the moment. And,
Aniele, just go rest. It'll be fine.
Do you want to leave the city, Aniele?
We'll talk about that when you get done with what you're dealing with. This
Put my hand on her shoulder and bump the rest of the frickin' lay on hands into her.
Okay, and so you've used all of it.
At 23.
Baldric, do you want to try it?
I'm just staring off into like the distance, not paying attention.
And there's a glow of light on the wall, but orange is yellow, and then there's just kind of like you just turn. He falls to the other knee.
My ankle!
I reach down and help him up.
My other ankle! If only there was something to help with this. These old bones!
I'm learning herbalism. I've heard that this can help.
And he pulls out effectively like poison ivy.
Oh no!
I've heard that it has effects on the body. I have not tried it.
No, in my medical opinion, that's the opposite. How are you holding that and not poisoning them?
He's got it in the tip of his claws, so like it's not actively holding it.
It's not touching him.
All right. Insight check. Is he trying to poison Baldric?
You know what poison ivy is based on your medical history. You would recognize it at a glance. You also have proficiency in herbalism kit, right?
I'm trying to read in his insight. Is he trying to is he think that he's trying to do it?
I mean,
does he think so little of Baldric's intelligence that he's gonna
is learning these
New
upland
plants.
herbs.
Yeah.
He genuinely thinks that he's heard it has effects on the body.
He doesn't know what they
Is not
are.
what kind of effects?
So your insight,
experiment.
whether you would succeed or not, his intent is genuine. But
Is genuine.
you do know that the substance is not gonna benefit you.
Some sort of homeopathic, like take care of like medicine type of thinking here. Good day.
I'll take that as a no then.
Okay. So, Pyrus and Aniele are Captain Kroger like snaps a finger, and then one of the High Watch comes forward, and he mutters to them like, "Can you please excuse these two to the waiting room?" And
Laris, would I know if Fine Steed can dismiss itself if I give it permission to? And that if I would notice if it happened?
It wouldn't. I don't think it would be able to. I think it details it has to be an action, right? And it has to be from you. It could not do it on its own. I don't think so. It should tell you in the spell. If it doesn't explicitly say it can, then it can't. But I don't recall it having the means to be
you want to summon it and let her ride it, and you get to the place, de-summon.
Actually, I was thinking of something along with her that can. She can tell the dismiss, and I'd know that it dismissed.
Yeah, I don't think it has that capability.
She's with Pyrus. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
For now. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're escorted by what appears to be a brunette woman, half elf lineage. Seems to be much more of the dexterous build. She's got a rapier on her hilt. And she guides the two of them towards a different direction. You guys are kind of walking straight, and they go left. And this building is circular, right? It's a tower, and so they're going left on the outer edge of it. And as they like break line of sight, Doma, I would imagine you'd be kind of like looking at them. And Aniele does turn to you at the last moment before she kind of like goes past the threshold and breaks line of sight with you. All right, and so then the rest of you follow Krogar, ignoring Baldric's fallen sprained ankle. And, he crumples himself. Right, so,
sorry, buddy, all out of healing.
You follow Krogar. So he goes. Guys go down the middle, and as you go in the middle, you do recognize. You would know that the main, or Evelyn would know that the main like assembly room where guests would meet the High Council himself is on the same floor you enter in on, so that way guests don't have to.
Is that the direction we're going, basically?
Yes, correct. You are, and so you recognize you're headed right towards the council chambers themselves. And it's not incredibly difficult to get here. There is like the very center. There's a kind of like a twisting, like the roads once again go left or right, and it kind of runs into a circle. And you recognize this is going around the centerpiece, but there is only one door that goes into it. But it does not line straight up with the way in. You have to kind of go about a quarter of the way around the circle to come on the right hand side, and that's where Krogar takes you, and he brings you over in that direction, and then you guys approach, and you approach these giant doors that are reminiscent of the doors that you used to enter into the facility itself. They're made of wood. There's a stone filigree arch above it. It's once again made of hothossets. Everything's clean and pretty. In the interior of this place, though, there does happen to be like a blue rug carpet that kind of runs down the middle of it. So your footfalls are now much more muted as you're walking around this portion of it. And you get to the threshold of the door, and then at this point, Krogar just he opens a door, doesn't knock, just opens the door, enters inside it. And as he enters inside it, you guys hear a conversation happening inside as you enter inside this portion of the building.
I'm gonna shuffle over to Thoric and be like,
So you think we're heading to the dungeon in some sort of ruse? Or you think we're okay?
I sure hope we're not. I mean, can you really trust these people?
I don't know.
Did you see the north side of town? They had all these religious institutions.
Religion, bah.
Bah humbug.
What? Are we in trouble or not? What do you think, eh?
I think we're in trouble.
Me too. We are the first one to agree with me. Yes. I think we need to get out of here. Quick.
Okay. I have to find that conversation. Where is that conversation? Oh, that's right. It's over here, I think.
I'm taking a sip of water.
Ooh,
Okay.
water.
So as you enter inside, all of you, even Baldric and Thoric at the very end, you would enter inside and you would hear this lingering portion. And as you enter into this room, you're kind of in this little bit of a darker area. You can see this open space, and there's a giant table in the middle, and etc. And there's 5 individuals seated at this giant table that can clearly seat far more, but there's no extra chairs. It's just for them. Maybe they can bring more chairs if necessary. So it's kind of like a round table conference. And you see a man to one side who's currently sitting down. He's sitting down, well postured. He's wearing a red kind of suit with a black vest on top of it. His hair slicked back, and he's currently addressing the other 4 members.
As I have mentioned several times over the past few weeks, my esteemed and most honorable colleagues, things are becoming quite dire in the western states. This sickness has grown considerably, and not only does it choke our people, but our economy. The Elder Isles have now cut us off completely, not letting a single soul from the mainland onto their soil, regardless of ethnicity. Even Port Arthur is now closed as they construct this quarantine against us. This is unprecedented action in this age. The last time they did such a thing was back during the Elven Madness? They are rejecting our goods, our people, and most importantly, our coin. This, of course, only stagnates our trade even more, and I need not remind you all that our coffers are nearly empty. On top of all that, the debt we have been accumulating is coming due. We still owe large sums of money to the Sodokov for all that Hathasa, and the mobilization to deal with our eastern neighbors has done us no favors. Fort Hall still needs to be reconstructed, and I'm just at a loss as how you expect me to balance this budget. How am I supposed to do my job in this kind of environment? Well, for one, and you see this, there's a gentleman to the side who's clearly a dwarf, who seems to be wearing much more like simplistic leathers compared to the other individuals who seem to be much more finely gathered. Well, for one, we can easily lessen one of those expenses by pulling our fine soldiers of the blue back from the marshes. And you see him, he turns and is speaking directly towards one of the other members of the council, a high elf gentleman who is quite muscular and quite tall. Which is exactly what I have been requesting from you all, High General. Are we going to really go into that in this circle again, High Naturalist? I'll go into as many bloody damn times as needed! He slams his hand against the table. We can stop this ridiculousness once you call back our troops, or at the very minimum, as I have suggested countless times, at least bring back just enough to help secure our northern farms. And you would suggest we just abandon the orc capital that we spent so much to secure, all the lives, the blood, equipment used to gain that foothold. I think you forget which one of us actually knows how a military functions. There's no way you need all the Blue Steel Brigade to watch over some pacified orcs. I assure you, High Naturalists, that would definitely they would definitely sense the decrease in presence of enforcement, and that would only allow for a possible power vacuum, as would flat out abandoning the region as well. Do you want our enemy to continue to think we're trying to stoke the fires of the Reclamation War? It takes time to educate people, and our mistakes that we made with them, that terrible decision so long ago, led to centuries of fighting. Need I state to this council once again that I was opposed to the vote for the disarmament treaty 100 years ago? I knew this would happen, and I'm not going to allow all the cost we've endured go to waste. We are not withdrawing our soldiers until that region is properly stabilized, and that is going to take time. Oh, stabilized, you say? How are we going to keep the region stable when we all starve to death over here? It's damn very easy, everyone. If we don't have food, we die. These deserters, bandits, thugs, whatever you want to call them, are destroying our crops and killing our farmers. Without them, there's no food. It's your sloppy people's brand that's supposed to keep the people safe, and yet look at all those acres burning up there. Or perhaps you can't see down from where you stand, with all that smoke blocking your elvish eyes. Maybe it's your stature, Sir Dwarf, that prevents you from seeing the bigger picture. Gentlemen, please, there's no need to bring such slurs to the table. Maybe, and you see this is like the shortest individual, even shorter than the dwarven man. It appears to be a gnome of really older descent. You see wrinkles across his face. His hair is all frazzled out. He's mostly bald. Where is he again? Whoops. Sorry. Yeah, there's no need for such a table. Maybe we should pen a missive to Vanir, asking them to send a few clerics to the western states. Maybe? Ha! Those bloody zealots would refuse their own dying mother if it meant abandoning their charge. You would have better luck finding a pristine lotus than convincing them to provide any such help. Oddly enough, I agree with the High Naturalist. Vanir would be pointless direction for us. There would need to be something substantial to convince them to get involved. Well, the divine help might not be readily available to us. I was able to start a beneficial conversation with the esteemed Dr. Wormsworth. He promised that he could find a cure with this ailment within short order, provided, of course, we gave him enough foundation for him to monopolize upon. there was also some contractual expansion ideas he would like for us to allow for his business as payment for such services. If this happens to do with that proposal to turn a massive chunk of Grandview Park into a giant hospital, High Chandler, our answer would still be the same as before. But while yes, that was one of his interests, he was also excited in establishing a blessed franchise, as it were, High Scholar. Sorry. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of fucking text. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. So then, what do you think about it, Nia? Maybe you could use perhaps one of your favors and ask for Nia for help. And then at this point, the human chimes in again. Interesting enough, High Observer. Normally you are so much more forthcoming with your advice. I can't help but notice your, should we say, lacking participation today. Is something amiss? You do rarely miss anything. You do rarely miss anything. Isn't that right, High Chandler? Well, I am conserving my strength at this time for another agenda. Oh, might I propose a short recess for all of us? A short what? Now see here, High Observer. We agreed we are not leaving this room until we have come to an agreed consensus. Conserving your strength, High... And at this point, Captain Krogar clears his throat. Please excuse me, lords and lady, for the interruption. As you have requested, High Observer, your guests have arrived. I present to you all Heartseeker. At this point, the High Watch Captain motions with his arm for all of you to move forward into the room. As you walk past him, you see, in much more higher detail, the entirety of the chamber. A circular room with a vaulted ceiling that rides to a high point in the center of a spacious arrangement. You all notice several intricate white pillars supporting the bullet-shaped like room. Yeah, because it's dome. Bullet-shaped like room. Several long curved windows line the majority of the walls, allowing for beams of light to glide their way to the center of the structure. While you do note several arcane sources of light, you recognize they would only be needed in times of darkness. Long purple curtains line each of the windows, though currently they are pulled back to allow natural light to flow in. You see that along the columns and as well at the height of the ceiling are beautiful etchings. Most of them seem to depict arithmetic patterns coupled with images of the past. Along the center of the ceiling, you can also make out several statues in a circle that would appear to have their hands outstretched towards the middle. In the center of this chamber, beneath these statues in the center, would be the large circular wooden table. Currently, there are 5 chairs seated around it, but the table could easily support far more than that. Each chair has a humanoid seated on it, as described kind of in brief a moment ago, and you do notice that there is at least 10 High Watch evenly placed around the room as this conversation has been going on, not including Captain Krogar. I'm sorry, what's all this? If you think for a single second, and he starts standing up from his chair, you will also, all of you would notice that the one woman in the High Council, it begins to stand up even before him, and she turns and starts approaching towards you guys, like, immediately. You can hear the background as she approaches. You can hear the conversation from the high naturalist continuing to get angry about her immediate departure. But clearly this is an exception here, High Naturalist. You must admit, this is balderdash and you know it. Please, High Naturalist, let us all call an early lunch for her sake. Indeed. So all of those in favor for a short recess? While the other council members continue on with their official procedures, it seems the woman has excused herself from such formalities. You can hear the dwarven gentleman still bickering about, but the conversation seems to bleed away as the woman before you draws closer still. You notice that this woman represents the pinnacle of what you would expect of a high elf. All the classic features to almost a perfect extreme. The The longer ears that glide to a point, the very soft skin, the thin frame, an exceptional beauty that is just almost enraptures you. She's the full package, the grace, the poise, the elegance, all that you would have pictured the perfect elf to be, if not even better than your imagination could produce. Akal, with your ungodly perception, you notice that each step she takes makes no audible noise. There is no carpet in this room. It is as if she is so exact with her movements, so precise with where her body is at all times, that any audible evidence she would want of her presence would have to be intentional. As a person who prides herself on being incredibly dexterous, you are momentarily awestruck that such a person could even exist.
Teach me your ways.
What
I'm
is?
gonna turn to Doma.
You think they're gonna coupling or whatever he was saying earlier?
Is this audible? Is this you heard?
As he mutters this, I think the rest of you would still be paying attention to the woman approaching.
Yeah.
What is approaching you? Because like every other noise, it's like almost like that love shot moment. Everything else just drowns out, and it's just you and this woman who's approaching you, and she just is like an ungodly beauty, basically. So what is approaching you is a beautiful, slender elf with black hair that is formed into an elegant bun on her back. You notice a golden hair chopstick perfectly symmetrically placed in her bun that matches other pieces of jewelry upon her person. 3 rings on her left hand, several chain necklaces around her neck, 3 bracelets across her right arm, 3 anklets on her left leg, and a pair of looped earrings that dangle from her pointed ears. She's wearing a faded orange dress that has a diagonal cut from the left side towards the right side. The cut begins right above her left knee and ends below her right knee. You know that the outfit is very snug and hugs her form, showcasing a prominent hourglass shape. A semi-transparent peach shawl is wrapped several times around her left arm, which coincides with the similarly designed lower portion of her dress, which has stripes of the same transparent material. She strides right up to the center of the group and immediately embraces Evelyn without a moment of hesitation. You have hugged your mother before, Evelyn. You have, numerous times in the past, but this one is notably different than the others. Her squeeze is far tighter than normal. The last time she held you like this was 2 years ago, the day of your sister. You catch her subtle scent, a nostalgic aroma, one most akin to recent rainfall on a hillside full of wildflowers. Nothing is stated, but you feel all the anxiety, all the tension, the fear, the worry. It all pours out of her in that moment. For the rest of the group, seconds click by, and nothing is stated for a bit. High Watch Captain Krogar has already taken his leave after these 2 seconds of reunion and heads towards the door. Meanwhile, you still hear the debacle of them following procedures and regulations about doing a formal dismissal per their probable aristocracy.
I'm gonna turn and huddle over towards Roderick.
I'm still not sure. We're not quite out of the. I'm not sure we're out of the woods just yet. Maybe we're
fine.
ready.
We're fine. We're fine.
How can you be so sure? Maybe she's whispering some murderous something to her or something.
That's literally her mother.
Yeah, that's... Do you not see the resemblance?
Hey!
Look closely.
Puts on the glasses.
He's gotta get some glasses out.
Wait just a second.
Baldric, as you recognize this as Tara named previously, there is only one female High Council member, the woman standing before you, and the one embracing her daughter who has very similar features. And the last names click, and there's a
Yeah. There you go.
Wait!
I go walk over to Doma.
I don't think we're in trouble after all. I think we're actually going to be okay. Don't worry, we're all right.
Oh, thank goodness. That's a load off my shoulders.
I knew you'd
Only
be
seem in
okay.
trouble.
We're all okay.
You guys will be okay.
And Evelyn hugs her mom tight and similar fashion, she just kind of, you can feel the tension release as she hugs her mom and just holds her, and they don't say anything.
Okay.
I don't say anything to her. Just hug her.
So these moments that seem very long to you, Evelyn, not as long for other people, but you guys relish the moment of one of your companions meeting someone they haven't met in a long time they care a lot about.
Roderick would sigh to himself, not loudly, but.
So the party, everyone besides Evelyn, sees the remnants of the council meeting adjourn. An incredibly tall, athletic high elf exits his seat and stands to the side of what appears to be an elderly gnome who's struggling to get out of his chair. The high elf stands nearly 6.5 feet tall, maybe 6'4" is probably is, but he's quite tall, notably taller for most elves. And he's adorned with long silver hair that is immaculately kept. A glimmering shine bounces off each strand as they slide down unrestrained down his shoulders and along his back. He has a strong jaw and that sports a few faint wrinkles upon his brow. Just from a visual gauge, you can tell this man takes immense pride in his appearance. He's cleanly groomed to a precise point, strict posture, a ginormous muscled body shelled into a well-set polished green elven plate. Not the same color as all the blue that's used everywhere else. His is green. A large claymore is strapped to his back. He's the only member that you see notably armed, and he was sitting down with his weapon somehow. But you see no indication that this giant weapon that he has on his person, that it weighs on him in any capacity. He stands with his arms folded, waiting patiently for his companion, the gnome, to get out of his chair. The elderly gnome manages to plop himself from the wooden chair and steadies himself for a moment before rubbing the back of his neck and letting out a few chatters. While you guess this is his laugh, it did seem kind of audibly awkward. He stands barely 3 feet tall with a hunched back. A pair of incredibly thick spectacles are held in heavy bronze frames that bounce upon his long pointed nose. He has a well-defined receding hairline that shows a hefty number of wrinkles upon his scalp. Unkept wavy gray hair sprouts from the sides of his head, which meld down into sideburns and into an overly long beard. He has sparkling white teeth that stretch into his shriveled cheeks and into what you assume to be a never-ending smile. He wears plain-looking red robes that appear to be hastily tied to the waist with a piece of frayed rope. You see him slide his glasses back to the bridge of his nose before they fall off again, and he has to quickly put them back up. And the elf and him begin to approach you all at the gnome's pace, not the elf's pace. He could clearly walk much more quickly. However, the duo are beaten to you by a different high-seated member, the human male that you noted earlier with the black hair. This guy appears to be in his early 30s. He has medium-length black hair that is slicked back and pulled into a tight, short ponytail. He has a pencil mustache with pointed goatee under his lip. He is of an average build and wears impeccable clothing. Black silk trousers, a long-sleeved red shirt, a black vest that appears to have silver buttons on it, and a heavily polished black leather shoes. A gold chain necklace is visible, hanging over his collarbone, while several ornate rings rest on his fingers. He offers a genuine smile and opens his mouth to speak, but is interrupted before he even begins by the woman holding Evelyn.
Oh, my precious daughter. I was so worried about you.
The woman releases her hold on you and takes a half a step back, kind of just like pulling you all in. Her hands immediately clasp yours, Evelyn.
Let me look at you here. Let me see.
And her right hand pulls up to the side of your face and your chin, and she helps guide your face to different angles, trying to see what's transpired of you.
A few scrapes here and there. That one almost certainly is going to scar. But here you are, in front of me.
Okay.
Intact.
Her hand just softly cups the side of your face, Evelyn, and she stares into your eyes with a pleading yet somewhat solemn expression.
I'm sure we have much to discuss.
Yes.
Senora Zistira. It has been so long since we've last seen each other, hasn't it?
The human with the black vest chimes in. However, As the first of his words ring aloud, your mother re-engages her hug with you, and you hear her whisper into your ear, "Only say what you must," before she then disengages and takes a solid step backwards, away from you. It is now that you see the High Chandler, Arvon Luni, the human, bowing down to you, his arm almost theatrically to his side.
Might I say, we were also worried about you. When we heard about the attack and your sudden...
theatrically. All right. I see it just in the corner of my eye.
Might I say we were also worried about you. When we heard about the attack and your sudden loss of communication, we had feared the worst. However, I can say your experience has clearly grown you. Might I be so reckless to say that your beauty has only tripled? Quadrupled?
Everyone blushes.
If you would excuse me, High Chandler, I'm going to go get my lunch. Too many
Insight
voices.
check. Insight check.
Really getting
On the
I'm
dwarf.
interested.
The dwarf immediately. The dwarf is going to go get his lunch. Are you inciting the dwarf? Or are you inciting the?
No, I'm inciting not the earnest
I've
dwarf.
grown more beautiful since I've been gone.
The charlatan, ponytailed, pencil mustache. The one with the oh, it's been such a long time. You look 3 times as beautiful as I've last seen you. That guy.
Insight roll.
That guy. Insight to that guy.
The High Chandler is that who happens to be?
Yeah.
Oh boy, 19 plus.
This is just how they act up here on the surface.
Insight. Oh, plus 4, 23.
Yes, there. As you would be aware, no one else incited it. As you'd be aware, there does seem to be a little bit of things being withheld here. So he is guiding this conversation very eloquently, but he's not with full intent.
I'm gonna turn to Roderick. I don't think we can trust that man.
Roderick might be a little bit more upset that the man in front of him is kind of hitting on his woman. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm gonna use this in a while. I'm gonna use Awaken Mind, and I'm gonna say this to yes. I will have not used that since like the first few episodes.
No. You used it on Darvis in Medan, and he was like,
yeah. This is gonna be terrible. Oh, anyway, with Baldric, like, I don't really kind of like this whole vibe right now.
Is he done Awaken Mind with me?
No.
So he didn't. He just.
So
said
I'm just
that to
speaking
you.
into your mind.
Oh, you are using Awaken 9 with Baldric.
Yes.
With Baldric, yeah.
And Baldric, you hear his voice in your head. You don't hear it from like your right side of your ear where he was standing. It's you for you to interpret, but you hear him speak in your head. You hear words of his.
Then he gets into play it cool.
Now,
cool.
at that point, as your guys' conversation continues, the people in front of you are not stopping, right, with their whatever they're doing. So,
They're just
excuse me, High Chandler, I'm going to go get my lunch. As a dwarven male almost plows right into the side of the High Chandler, he doesn't even take a second to slow down or wait for this charade that this man is doing on the side here.
Right.
You see a slightly over middle-aged dwarf male who appears to be puffing his chest out. Roughly 4.5 feet tall, a few wrinkles upon his dark tan skin. He's adorned in furs and leathers. A very extravagant black beard that is tightly braided down his chest, which rests upon a slightly bulging stomach. You'll note an odd irregularity along his left arm. As you trace down past the elbow, you notice his forearm and hand are missing. Despite that, this dwarf makes no effort to hide this missing appendage. Rather, it's almost as if he's showcasing it as a mark of pride. He slides his right hand through his slicked back black hair, and he marches right through the lot of you, not even stopping to acknowledge you, really.
It's great to see you all well, Evelyn. Don't forget, everyone, 30 minutes tops!
And he continues his march out of the chamber. You hear the footstep as he makes his way out. And the door opens.
I like that one.
I agree with you.
The High Naturalist is probably joking, right, Turin?
You can never quite be certain with him, Master Ori.
The gnome and the high elf have made their way up to all of you now, to the side of to the two other high-seated. You all notice that all of them appear to be pulling you in, like trying to read your history, each of you, see who you kind of people you are. They're studying your presentation, formulating their opinions and their biases. Ah, there's my star pupil! It's so grand to see you have returned home safely! High Scholar Ravel Ori hobbles his way up to you, Evelyn, giving you a brief hug, kind of like near your leg. I'm sure you kind of crouched down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
You know, my granddaughter was worried sick about you! So bad, in fact, she couldn't even retain her mules a few times.
Oh. Well, I'm fine. I'll come round and see everybody.
Well, that's great to hear. Well, it is as I said. We were all worried about you. Yes. Yes, that is true. That is true. How has your spellcrafting been coming? Wait a minute, I can tell here. And he looks at you. Ha! You have grown, I can see it. That's my pupil for you. Oh, sorry, what was that?
Good to see you.
Oh, right. So he's kind of like, you could see there was a moment of a flash of arcane in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Text magic.
While the conversation continues between the high-seated and Evelyn, Roderick, you happen to meet the eyes of the Elven man. He nods to you briefly before stating, High General Turn Solus, commanding officer of the Blue Steel Brigade, the High Watch, the People's Band, and the Tribune. A survivor from Fort Tall, I presume.
Yeah, Roderick will kind of stare back. Yes, Roger Greycrow. Nice to meet you.
As you make your comment back, he gives you an inclination and then starts continuing his conversation. The port stated a birdman, 2 dragonborn, a blonde human were the last group seen with her. Suffice to say, you are the only one at this meeting, I should say, of the original descriptions from the report.
He would look left, right. kind of glance at Doma real quick.
Smug look on his face.
At ease, soldier. I know you've been through quite an ordeal. Obviously, sacrifices happened along the way to protect our VIP. You have done commendable work, especially considering the limited training you had received. I would like to hear your first-hand account when time permits. Obviously, more pressing conversations need to be had first. His eyes wander to the 2 Desisteras. Make sure to organize with one of the High Watch to catch me before you leave town, soldier. Sorry, Corporal. You have more than earned that. The elf provides one solid glance through the entire group before he moves around you all and heads towards the exit. Last ray, Cynthia, with me, please.
When he looks over in my direction.
So he calls these two High Watch and a woman with like white hair. She seems actually much more frail than you would expect, and then an also rather frail-looking human male who's older too. They approach him, and these two quickly join his sides, and they walk out after the Higher General as he leaves the facility. I suppose Turin has it right. Oops, sorry. That's the wrong person. I suppose Turin has it right. Come along now, High Scholar. We should let them at it. After all, there's only a limited schedule at the moment. Ah, true. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you all. You have my intense gratification for returning Evan to us safely. Before I leave, I would like to alert you all that Windheim has need of capable individuals, such as yourself.
Insight check about him being glad that Evelyn came back safely.
Go ahead and roll.
Curse Evelyn, she should have died out there in the wastelands.
Well, you might not be far off if rumors are true. I know.
So
18 plus 4, 22.
22.
Sheesh.
Oh.
It
Dang.
seems he actually is earnest with his statement.
Oh, interesting.
Alright, so before that, before I leave, before I would leave, I'd like to alert you all that Windheim has its need of capable individuals such as yourselves. We have the coin to pay for such skills. Please, if you are interested in lining your pockets, pray seek me out. I would love to establish a more prominent relationship with each and every one of you. He then bows before him and the High Scholar make their way in tandem towards the exit. Once again, this younger human matching the pace of the gnome, and the gnome kind of gives a wink towards Evelyn, and he starts getting into some kind of story about, did you hear about that one Winfelite? Oh yes, that one again, as they make their way out past the threshold. And then there is now just you, the lot of you, Heartseeker, maybe minus 2 members, in front of one of the high-seated of inside their council room, in the center of Windheim, in the trail font. Windheim proper, people. Here you are.
We made it.
Okay. Mom, is it safe to speak here?
This place is adequate, but it could be safer.
Yes, that's
Very well.
Let's.
Please follow me. And she makes her way out with as much grace and poise as she had previously. It does not seem to be some sort of formality or extensive exertion of herself to do this. This just seems to come natural to her. So she grabs the door handle, opens it, walks outside. You guys are
Door
free to
makes
follow.
no noise.
Well, the door does still creak a little bit. So, yeah.
kind of blue.
Okay, so you guys
Can't control the door.
follow Niera.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So,
Absolutely.
as you guys are following, is there any conversation you would like to have? Any questions or anything like that, or you just want to wait patiently?
I'm waiting for privacy.
Yeah.
If
Before
Evelyn,
you say anything.
if Evelyn is waiting, a
Yeah.
call would follow suit.
I gotta mention that I gotta scoot soon. As
Nope.
much as I don't want to.
Nope.
That is your choice. I mean, now would be a fair time to do it. It's your call,
I wanna
Nelma.
stay for the conversation.
Be the fairest time.
It's not gonna be brief, my man. You know it.
No.
I know it's not.
All right. Well, you just pull the ripcord when you're ready, my man. So, all right. So as you guys follow after her, there are several winding turns, and you actually go upstairs. You go to a different level, and you're seeing the immaculate masonry of the Trelfont, and you probably go up a good 3 or 4 stairs, and you eventually come, after some winding turns, you come to what appears to be a lavish room. Evelyn, you're familiar with this room. This is your mom's personal private study, is what this happens to be. So you guys do have your own house in the Verdant Rose, but she also has this own establishment here in case she has a really long night and she wants to plop down here, right?
Exactly.
All council members have an official bedding room for themselves, and
Yeah.
they could entertain guests there technically too. It's basically a suite, right? It's a huge,
A little
huge-
apartment suite. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. So you guys, she opens the door, she walks inside, you guys follow suit. The last of you closing the door, I presume, as you do such. As you enter into her suite, you would recognize that this is practically like an apartment, right? There's actually doors that separate separate areas into it. But the center portion is like a living arrangement. There are lounge chairs, several sofas. It's all very high quality things, right? There's like a giant, like not a bean bag, but like a plush bag that one could sit in that looks like it probably was imported from the Fleet. And there's like a coffee table that seems to be made of like a very well polished brass. At first you might have thought it was gold, but doesn't seem that gaudy. A little bit cheaper than that, but it almost looked like gold. It's got clear glass on top of it, and there happens to be let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 of you right now? Because I guess you got rid of Aniele and Evelyn, right?
Aniele.
I mean, Aniele and Pyrus.
Pyrus. I'm just
That's
out
right.
of there,
We're here
guys.
without Evelyn, guys.
Good luck.
Right.
Have
Okay.
fun.
So there would be 11 glasses at this table right now. Of which, as she makes her way to it, you see her actually scoop 2 of them up and then place them like onto like this like little rack to the side of it. There appears to be already like wine or champagne or something like that in like a reservoir of ice. And she sits down at one end of the couch and gestures for you guys to find seating if you like it.
Please make yourselves at home, wherever you would like we can have. If you're hungry, I assume you're hungry, dear, are you not?
Yes, starving.
Any specific requests?
Wait, she scooped up what?
No. Maybe some pancakes. Other than that, nothing specific.
With butter and syrup or just the cake?
Everything. Bring everything.
Very well. And you see her, she waves her hands, and you see the trail of some kind of magic trail off, and then you hear her enunciate out.
Yes, Sophia, if you would be so kind, I would like to have a breakfast platter for 9 individuals, please. Pancakes, bacon, eggs. I think that one would love sausage.
To the waiting room, too. We have 2 people downstairs in one of the waiting rooms. They may want something.
Correction, 11 people.
Thank you.
And then at that point, she just kind of like folds one leg over the other and just seems to sit there like expecting you guys to.
I'll sit in my usual spot. I'm assuming I have a usual spot, a chair or something next to her that I would sit
Can I
at.
ask something, milady? Have you been scrying on your daughter? How much do you know?
Unfortunately, scrying wasn't possible. For
Where we were, the Agnew.
Not where we were.
Definitely tried.
Remember,
numerous times.
I almost didn't come back from scrying on her. Remember?
Yeah.
The
I'm actually more curious how she knew she set out 11 glasses.
Yeah, that's
You could say a birdie told me, a premonition, whatever makes you happy.
Probably Relena.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
Well, we have a lot to talk about, but I don't know where you want to start.
Well, I mean, wherever you would want to start.
Well, the Great Gate is open. Maybe that is where we should start. I don't know. Some things happened in the Madan mines that may affect us up here. The Grey Gate being open is one of those things.
Well, let's start with this then. As you probably have all guessed, or most of you, I am Evelyn's mother.
Yes.
I am High Observer Niera Zistira. Confused that there. Niera Zistira. One of the high-seated on the council. I think I'm the 4th oldest now. Master or Louis would be the newest member. So that is my position of prominence. And if you would all please let me know your names, how you know my daughter.
Good evening. My name is Baldric Rothgar, and if I heard correctly earlier, was Wormsworth, was he going to get a hospital? And could you elaborate on that tidbit for me, please?
Well, we could talk about that.
I'm a doctor. I used to work here.
Those details we can talk about later. I was more looking for just an introduction of names so that we could be formal to each other.
Well, I met Roderick and Doma in Fort Tall. They were
his name
2
is Domo.
of the original party members that helped me escape Fort Tall. So maybe start with Roderick or Doma.
Okay. So is it Domo or Doma?
Doma. Doma's name.
So Baldric, apparently it's an A at the end there.
Yeah.
Wait, what? It's Doma.
It's fine.
Close
I
enough.
think he may forget.
You must forgive me. I had no intentions of getting it wrong all these times, Dona. My apologies.
Did you just say Dona?
Yo.
Did I?
Doma. With an
I think
M.
it's a thing he does. I think it's a thing. I think.
Yeah,
it's
I think it was better off
I
just
think
to
he
Domo.
knows our names. He just likes to mess with us.
Close
Classroom
enough.
is a quirky
Right
personality.
here, I've never been so insulted. Well, I have been so insulted when we were in Pipel, and you said I couldn't talk to Aniele, and you scared me off. I was never.
Oh, okay. Well, you seem to be getting quite flustered. Did you want something to drink? Water, juice, wine, champagne?
Finding you. I'm good. About Wormsworth Hospital.
Well, we can get to that one later. There's, you might think we're under a clock, but High Naturalist is far more kind than he lets on. He has a lot at, his image is really important, but we have more than just 30 minutes. Though it is not forever, that is true. So, sure, why don't we talk to Roderick?
Yeah, I'm Roderick Greycrow. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Roderick. I sense magic affinity in you.
I still his heart drops a little bit.
Dum dum.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, you could say that.
So dramatic.
It's always nice to have
Was even
a
trying to be.
practitioner of the arts. So
Right.
keep at it. Maybe one day you'll be as good as Evelyn.
Yeah, maybe.
He's pretty good.
Nah.
I'm just teasing, dear. All right. Well, then, Doma, you are definitely. I haven't seen one of your kind in a long time.
So you've seen my kind before. That's interesting.
Very long ago.
It's a little disappointing. Name's Domazarte. I come from Veneer, right? That's the name?
Yeah.
Veneer, the holy city?
There. Yep.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Surprisingly enough. Well, partially come from there. Long story. Kind of just showed up one day. Anyway, Paladin, traveled from Fort Tall to Medan Mines and all that fun stuff with your daughter. Quite the interesting experience.
All right. And you, sir, with the fur.
Yes. I am a call of the Broken Peaks clan, leaf of my people.
Hero cat.
I've been affectionately called Hero Cat Man.
I see the smile at the side of your lips. You must take that with some sort of pride?
It was a title granted upon me by a young girl in the city of Pipel, and it was a very nice feeling, yes. But yes, I've met your daughter and this company here in Medan, well, specifically Karat. And I was with them when we opened the Grey Gates.
And then you, sir? Oh, sorry. Go ahead and continue.
I just wanted to say, since I know that you are a former high member of this society, I'm still not sure how it works here, but I do represent my people, and I would like to speak to you eventually on a well, I guess you could say societal level.
Mhm.
My people need assistance.
Understood. We all have things we need, so I'm sure there must be a mutual benefit that we can offer to each other.
Agreed.
And then she turns to the last member of the group that's still with you. Oh, yes, Thoric, Dawnbreaker, come from under the mountain. Is that it? That's everything that needs to be stated. Very well. Well, now that we all know each other, except for these two colleagues of yours that are coming, let's go ahead now and talk about... So, you two were with my daughter first.
Yeah. Have you spoken with Relina at any time?
Ooh, she comes seeking my counsel from time to time. That's true.
More recently.
Yeah.
She actually disguised Doma. He's the human blonde that was mentioned earlier.
General
But
Turin.
she cast the disguise on him at the time because it felt necessary.
Yeah.
That wore off, obviously.
I mean, not everyone takes kindly to my dashing good looks.
Right. So you two, both of you, were recruits then?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I guess so.
So,
Of sorts.
what happened at Fort Tall then exactly? Because the reports of it, very few people survived, and it was quite chaotic. So, what transpired there?
We weren't exactly in the fort when it got obliterated. We were coming back to it from a test. And when we reached there, it was swarming with orcs.
Mm-hmm. And like the report would say, there was chaos. It's a lot of good people that died.
I'm surprised we made it out, to be honest.
Evelyn.
We made it on the backs of a lot of people.
Evelyn, out of curiosity, how much do these people know about you?
Not much.
Do they know
Little.
why you were there?
Roderick and Doma know why I was at Fort Talia.
Are they fully trustworthy company, or should we avoid things?
I trust them with my life. I mean, they've gotten me this far, and through the mountain was... Yeah, I would trust them with everything.
So then, did you happen to find anything unusual at Fort Hall while you were there? Something suspicious?
Did I see anything suspicious?
Unfortunately, your stay was very brief. You were
I wasn't there very long, right?
Yeah, you were there for maybe an hour. Is how long you were in the States. So you did not meet your own personal objective, nor did you find evidence of what
of any wrongdoing.
If you don't mind, Doma and I were there for a while. So what do you mean? Weird stuff.
Well, so being privileged as my daughter, and I am, certain responsibilities come with it. And some of those responsibilities are things that we might not want to do and put us in harm's way. Fort Hall, well, let's start with this. I'm the High Observer, and my job as the High Observer is to ensure security of a different type for Windheim and its population. So General Turin is your typical, what you would expect from police and enforcement, but I look at different types of enforcement. I hope you're catching my drift.
I'm not, no. Can you elaborate further, please?
Some people want revolution, some people want chaos, and they recruit others for such deeds.
Oh, sweet, we regen mana.
So we want others for such deeds. So because of that, it behooves us to uncover these organizations before they become thorns in our sides. If that makes sense. Do you follow me now, Baldric?
So you're sort of anti-espionage kind of thing.
Right. I guess most people would call it like a spy mistress. That we do have a group that makes sure that such things are, if with toleration, are not allowed to flourish too much, and if they are beyond that threshold, then action will be taken against them. It also stems beyond just our citizens. It also includes other threats, otherworldly threats.
Say no more. I get what you're saying now.
Perfect. You are an astute one, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Where are you in the room right now? Like, so I know Evelyn said she chose her prime seat. Would that be a secluded chair, Evelyn, or would that be near your mother at this point? I guess is
by my mom.
As much as I don't want to. Good night, guys.
Later, Doma.
Good night.
I'll watch the recap later. So don't worry about doing anything too awesome without me. Good night, guys.
We won't kill any kings while you're gone.
You go to check
Yeah,
on
you better
Aniele.
leave the moonbeaming to me.
So this is gonna ruin the cameras. Oh God.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right. Bye, guys.
Do I fix it or do I just keep continuing? I think we just
continue.
I just think we continue. And unfortunately, viewers, that means the cameras are going to be misaligned. Sorry. Like, we've already messed with them so much tonight. Okay. So, yeah, Baldric, where are you sitting? Or are you standing? Where are you? In proximity of her. Just out of curiosity.
Well, last I was thinking I thought I was near Roderick last, right?
Yeah, I think you spoke to him.
My problem is I was bouncing around a lot to people.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but as you came into the room, you guys, that was kind of done at that point. So you guys all shuffled in together. Let's just say you're sitting near her, right? So Evelyn's like on her right, and you're like in front of her on like in a chair.
All sat down.
Yeah, I assume everyone sat down. There was definitely enough real estate, and there's still more seats available than that you guys are using.
A constable would not be seated.
Okay, a call standing. Got it noted.
I don't think Baldric would have sat down, actually.
Okay. Very well, understood. I just wanted to know. Thank you. All right, so we got 2 standers, and everyone else is sitting then, presumably.
Yes.
All right. Thork at this point is fumbling the champagne and starts pouring. All right, so at that point, Baldric reveals that he's been on top of it the entire time. So at this point, where else to go from here? So that's what my occupation is, and so my daughter is, of course, potentially in the same line of work. It's her choice, of course, but to help equip her for whatever occupation she does want to participate in, I asked her to do a favor, and I heard some whispers that Fort Tall had some shenanigans happening at it, so I asked my daughter to go take a look. She should not have been accosted because of her privilege, position, so she would be able to be gained entry under the ruse of just as a inspection of sorts. Of course, I anticipate that they would have frilled things up, so it was a surprise inspection. I believe you showed up with one individual, right? But I guess he did not make it.
No. He stayed behind to protect us as we fled, unfortunately.
Yeah, when the reports did not mention a black dragonborn, I was expecting such. Very well. So either way, Evelyn, I was wanting you to make sure that's why you went there, was to make sure that if there was something bad happening, we would stop it. Obviously, something bad did happen.
Yeah.
And it could have been an inside job. So in this case, it was my own failing. And I'm so sorry I had to put you through that.
It's okay. It's what I'm trying to see if it's for me, so I knew the risks.
Well, okay, so let's continue on there. So Fort Tall attacked, and so Doma and Roderick, and she smiles towards you, Roderick, you two, along with these other individuals, kept my daughter safe and went to Medan. How?
Well,
Inadvertently.
It was...
We believe we're being chased still by the tribes. And we came upon more like a fork in the road here, and one could take us into like a mountain pass, or we could flee via what was the other way? What was it leading to, if you remember?
It was basically the crevice, or there was I can't remember I don't remember if it was mountains, or is there something else that was blocking the other way, which is why we didn't go that way.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
So after much deliberation, we decided to go into that crevice, or I like to call it, consider now a mountain pass. And
Yeah, it definitely went into the mountains. Medan Mountain.
Yeah, and that's where he's been for a while. While I was attempting to try to get in contact with Verlina, because as much as I could, because I was one of the few people I know that may have still been alive out here, but didn't really get much response.
So
while we were in the mines, we lost a few people.
Yeah, we lost some members of the party in the mines.
Yeah.
Right, so some of these other people, the Birdman, the 2 Dragonborn. I guess not the blonde human then, because that was Noma.
No. Yeah, it was the others. Yes. And well, I guess I don't know where to start or stop with this journey. But
yeah, we can omit details for now. Some details for now.
Well,
wait.
Things were escalated, unfortunately, and the king of Medan may not have survived.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Yes.
We may have committed.
There may be some
regicide.
political issues with Medan, aside from opening the Grey Gate, which was not a unanimously popular decision.
The Kingdom of Medan now has a council, like when
we've
based off of
been
Evelyn's recommendation.
We've instilled a council, much like what we have here, to help Medan and Karat bridge the gap of the mines politically and socioeconomically, and that's how we were able to get out of Medan, unfortunately.
But he just said, and I point towards Roderick, there's something about regicide, if I heard correctly. And I look in the general direction of the north where the dungeons are. And
it's not here though. It's not here. So,
well,
yeah. So it wasn't here. So you don't have to.
Well,
me up, right?
When did these other? So initially, the group you had was those individuals. When did these other people join your company then?
We met Akal and Thorak in Karat.
Yes.
Once we had traversed through the mines, out of Medan, and over to Karat. And
then once we opened the Grey Gate, we met with Pyrus and eventually Baldric.
Yes.
Yes, I was much after the regicide and nothing to do with murdering kings. No, good law-abiding citizen, Baldric. Yes.
Of course you are. Yeah, don't worry about the Ivory Hold. We're not going to send you there.
Humbug to that Ivory Hold.
The other member of our party, Aniele, she's been with us since the beginning.
Near the beginning.
Near the beginning-ish, yes.
Yeah, a little after the fall of Fortall.
A whole other story that I don't even know how to... We need to help her, and I don't know how...
There's a lot. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been months, my dear. So yes, of course there would be a lot. You don't have to share everything. I'm really just trying to be available to you. I am obviously curious about what's happened, and I would love to hear every detail you are willing to share. All of them.
It's been a lot.
Well, so it sounds like the major things that you are bringing up here is you witnessed Fortall's fall, and then you dispatched a ruler and set up a government in its place that may destabilize the entirety of that area because it could fall apart. And open the gate to allow that potential chaos to the surface. But of course, since you had your hand in it, it's fine. Of course, she can tell she's a little like her brain's kind of going off.
Very-
Like, oh boy.
When we left,
how to manage
everything seemed fine.
situation.
We left on that side of the dance seemed fine. Ish.
Right.
There's Karat that's closer to the gate, though.
A detail that was omitted, and I believe it would be important, is that if what had happened had not taken place, there would have been potentially a civil war between Karat and Madan.
Correct.
It was
A bad situation to begin with.
it was a bad situation that
Yeah.
was turned for the best, and we can hope that Madan and Karat can settle the differences with this council and become a more prosperous nation.
Well, that would have been chaos inside the mountain. That would have almost certainly spread out if it could have too.
Exactly.
I can
Which
tell
is
that there was no.
why we
Go
made
ahead.
the choices we made. But that doesn't. I mean, it was a difficult decision for sure, and I don't think any of us took it lightly. But I hope that what we left behind is better than what was there when we entered.
You said that the Great Gate's now open. This is how you left?
It
Yes.
is now open, yes.
How did
We
you
passed
find
through Hypel.
passage in there, though? I guess I'm still stuck on this because
What?
we've had numerous people try to make their way into Madan to find out the superstitions.
There was a. It
think it
seems
was
they
this-
had a back door installed as a escape route or an emergency route, and I don't know if it was maybe forgotten over the years, but
Yeah.
we were able to make our way via a puzzle into
Several.
the mountain. Yeah.
All right. Well,
That passageway is now.
It collapsed.
It's
I
collapsed.
believe.
So
Yeah. After
yeah, it's
we
gone.
entered.
It's inaccessible. So
do you have a rough idea of where that would have been? Just
I'm
no.
assuming would I have remembered where we were when we entered the crevice of the mountain?
You guys do not have a
roughly?
map. You don't have a map now, so it would be really you guessing from the one place you know, Fort Tall.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, I guess if I backtrack at that, I can give her the best guess of where we think it might be.
Right. All right. Well, so somewhere northwest of Fort Tall, basically.
Yeah.
Very vague, but that is where the mountain range is. Though, it's funny that no one has found this escape route before you all. So, all right. Either way, it's what happened. And you gain inside, and you've opened the gate. So obviously, we'll need to send some envoys to try to make sure things remain on good terms. We were
With both sides. With both sides.
we were mostly on good terms when the gate was closed. Mostly.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so these are the two main things: Fort Tall's fall, and then Madan, opening back up.
Yep.
Well, was there anything else you wish to share that might not be so on this mission of yours?
Should we?
That's everything. All right. Well, then, I suppose that.
Project just staring at Evelyn like, okay, he's awakened. Oh wait, the awakened mind.
Use your spell.
So it's okay. You just say in her mind, is this the time to not necessarily tell her about what we found in the mines, or at least a little bit of it, because it's a possible threat? Or do you want to consider talking with Aniele first, and then
Can I
We can all hear
reply
this,
in my
right?
mind, or is it only out?
You cannot respond to in your mind. He can only talk to you. You cannot respond back.
Well, there is something else, but it's something that can, I think, wait. But
ish.
Do we?
For the
I don't know how to ask what I want to ask.
Well, tell me to do it and I'll ask it. I have no problem.
Well,
What am I supposed to
we
say?
have someone in our party who is in need of help healing, but I'm not entirely sure how to help her. And I don't know who would be the best, maybe the High Scholar. But
Yes.
I don't know how to help her. And I think I would need to talk to her before I tell you everything anyway. So that's the only other thing that's really going on with our party.
All right. Well, I mean, again, I'm not going to put... Yes, Baldric?
Yo, DM, can I turn, because I'm standing near a call, we're not sitting down, can I turn and call and be like, quietly this time, I'm going to try to be quiet.
Who are they? Who are they talking about? Pirates? Is Pirates the one that's sick?
No, they're talking about Aniele.
Oh! Right.
Yes.
Was that your attempt to do ho ho ho, Kyle?
No.
I do see the Twitch chat, by the way. So, all right. It just seemed a little odd that you were focusing on that specific terminology. Okay. Okay. Right. Shoot. Now I lost my place. Right. Well, I mean, you don't have to tell me everything again. It's whatever you want to tell me. I'm only here to help. So, but if you don't want my help, then that's fine. And if you do need my help, of course, you can sequester it. There are points of interest that could also be knowledgeable. Of course, your Master Ori. I mean, he's very knowledgeable in the arcane. Probably more knowledgeable than even me. And then Relina, his lineage is also quite knowledgeable as well. So those are, and you already are well acquainted with both of them. I believe she's at her shop right now.
Okay.
That's the last place I saw her. You could always check with Master Ori. He would know where his granddaughter is almost at all the times.
Right.
Call would take a moment and say, I do not mean to interrupt, but from what I have gathered, you are very knowledgeable about the goings-ons in society, right?
That was my seat's position.
I believe you may be the correct person to ask about this. And a call would look around. Is there any like calligrapher's tools or something he can write with, or maybe draw?
There would be a to the side on like a little
Like
dresser.
paperwork.
There is an inkwell with
Like
a
pad and pen.
He'd go and like grab it and bring back some parchment and say, I need to. The best way for me to show it would be to draw it. And so he's gonna do his best interpretation, and he is going to draw. Where is it? One moment. A snake coiled around a bat, and it's biting into it.
Thank you for the follow.
This
Jeez Louise.
iconography-
I'm sorry, not follow. Subs? Lots of subs?
Nice.
Alright. That's like 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 subs?
She gifted him, yeah.
Yeah, jeez. Hey, you guys have emotes. You got emotes, apparently.
Emotes.
Okay, so yeah, as you draw it, her eyebrows get inquisitive, and she's trying to figure out what you're referring to. And after you put the pen down, she looks at it, kind of tilts her head. Well, it's a bit garish, I suppose, but I'm not familiar with this, unfortunately.
Okay. It was an iconography tattooed on some assassins, and I wondered if you ever knew something about it.
Where were the assassins? Assassins? This was not mentioned.
This
It
was
was-
in Medan, right?
Medan, yes.
Yeah. So maybe a little more obscure.
Assassins? How? Why did you run into assassins, my dear?
Well, it
Wait,
It was
I
a
think I
mixture of
figured it
things.
out already.
may have been related to the king, but
Yeah. Before or after?
it was after the king.
Oh.
Hold on.
We left out a few things probably we shouldn't have left out. I guess.
Wait,
She is your elder. You should really tell her all these things.
It's been a crazy few months, okay? I can't remember every thing.
Let's remember, assassins coming after you.
Because I've almost died a few times, so...
That's like the least of the worries at this point.
Yeah.
Least of the worries.
Pretty sure I was threatened by the orc Babarusa a few times, which I need to ask you about that, because...
Forgot about her.
What happened with the orcs? Like, I go into a mountain, we're at war, and I'm being accosted by said orcs, and now everything seems fine?
We won the war maybe a month back. We disarmed them. It was quite a resistance. We believe that this attack that happened on Fort Tall, there was sightings of...
It was orcs.
Yes, well, there was sightings of orcs rampaging through eastern Windheim soil, but they weren't... It seemed like they were attacking... It seemed more like they were looking for something specific. We don't have any idea what they were looking for, but eventually they left. Now, of course, the reports of them leaving are disputed. They could still be out in our soil, hiding in the upper mountain range. There was no notice of just a massive migration of people, but there have been no new reports of orcs sighted in the area. And shortly after this is when Ordelka finally fell and is now being occupied by the Blue Steel Brigade to re-educate them.
And the farm we witnessed the bandits at was in the north, correct?
You're asking me, not her, right?
Yes,
or,
I'm asking
the party.
He mentioned the farms in the north being under attack, and I'm gonna guess that's where we saw the bandits, correct?
Yes.
Pipel's to the north, as is Medan. So yes, those occurrences happen to the north.
Okay. And you don't know what they were looking for, or what they were after? The orcs.
Presumably they got what they wanted since they just vanished. There have been no sightings of them for about 4 weeks. An entire orc army that broke through the lines never was seen to break out and is gone. So, and there was no triumphant victories of anyone trying to claim that they've conquered them, so maybe they've got destroyed by a incredibly potent threat. Unlikely. I'm more on the assumption that they found what they were looking for and found a different way to move.
Oh, they didn't find what they were
that
looking for.
seems concerning.
It's true. Maybe they didn't find what they were looking for. Met a demise. It's possible, but nothing towards our soldiers' credit. None of our people have claimed victory over something like that, and there have been no new towns or little villages that have hamlets that have gone missing. So it's presumed that they must have snuck back out. Maybe they followed you into the mountain. I don't know, but there were definitely not, because they didn't.
Yeah, the path behind us collapsed after we got through, I believe, and no one was able to get in behind us. So I'm pretty sure they didn't follow us. Although we did see. Did we see actual Babarusa in Medan Mount, or was that just like that whole fight was more of a dream sequence? The whole Babarusa fight in Medan, in the mines.
Who knows? Who knows?
Dream sequence.
I'm asking you. So Babarusa, the fight in Medan, because we fought Babarusa twice, once in the woods, once in Medan.
I can't answer that question. That's up to your interpretation.
Because technically, we did see an orc in Medan.
I saw several.
Didn't you get her staff?
Well, the one that attacked.
I'm talking about outside of it, basically.
The staff was out
to clear this because of the break, just to help. Staff was acquired.
That's the staff I'm using, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the staff was acquired from your first run-in with Babarusa. There was a second run-in post-mortem with a Barbarossa that looked exactly like her,
Right.
was familiar with you, and somehow was in there alone.
Well,
she did have unusual magics and had weird
did.
phrases upon her demise. Did she die? There's a lot that you'd have to
That's
infer.
true.
So,
What'd you say? It can't let you win. I think was her
there
last
were
words.
2 instances of fighting her specifically. Yes.
Okay.
Confirm that. Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to try to. I mean, was there other questions that you had for me? I mean, that's kind of what it's been up here. Obviously, I have been worried sick about you, my dear.
We tried to send word, but unfortunately, given our location, the Agni, or the gemstones in the Medan mines, prevented us from being able to communicate outside of the mountain.
That would make sense since you went in there and Agni comes from there.
Yeah.
That would be why all scrying type and communication failed.
Yeah.
Fair.
What of I know you said the war with the orcs is over. Obviously, there still is some discontent at the table of the council. What is some of the problems that Windheim is facing at this current time? I heard there's hospitals that need to be built for some disease.
Yes.
Sickness in the western states? What
There are
sickness?
About these hospitals for worms.
Yes. So this is an opportunity. There is a plethora of problems. Always is. There's never not an issue that needs some sort of attention. There are some definitely very tiring ones right now, and you could go to each one of those high-seated, and they will give you a different answer and their own objectives that they care about. And my dear, they will pay you. They will pay you well. Speaking of which, and she gets up, and she moves to another room, opening a door, and then returns maybe a minute later.
Payment.
And she has a little coffer in her hand, and she places it around the counter. Now, only Roderick is sitting right now, and Doma, so it's kind of placed in front of Roderick and Doma, right? Thoric is just kind of...
I always pull up a chair in here.
So this coffer's placed up.
Late comer to the party wants all the money.
I gotta pee, so I'll be right back.
So do I.
Let's go ahead and resume where we left off because we have about 30 minutes left in the session. So let's try to get to a point that seems appropriate to stop at. Niera was talking. I forget what she was saying.
No, that the other council members would have work for us.
Oh,
if
yes.
we,
Yeah.
if
Right,
we
so
want.
You're pulling out money. You pulled out the small
yes,
offer. You're
that.
trying to
Dang,
basically
I
put it on the table.
could have swept that away. So yes, a coffer has been placed in front of you. As I was saying, each of the council members, of course, is going to have their own things. And if you're looking for more work and to fund yourself, I would encourage reaching out to every single one of them. Every one of them has ways for you to profit. But on the notion that you all obviously came back with my daughter safe from harm, this is completely worth the investment to all of you. And honestly, evidence, since I heard the name of Heartseeker, I couldn't help but recognize that you probably are integrated with this group, aren't you? So,
Yes.
so this funds is for all of you to see how you guys want to share fit. There should be about 12,000 gold in that box.
Nice.
All right.
Roger could look at Evelyn, like, not sure what to say. like,
I just smile back.
Of course, it's in platinum. I hope that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll
Okay.
figure it out.
Well. So someone add 1,200 platinum to their inventory.
I'll add it,
Yeah.
and then we'll divvy it up next session.
Domo would hold on to it, but with his bag of holding. But unfortunately, he's not
Yeah.
present, and we would potentially lose track of it. So yes.
Right.
Yep.
Mom, did you have any other questions for us? I don't even know where to start, to be honest.
I mean, you pretty much have shared everything you're willing to share, right? I mean, obviously I have millions of questions. How are you? Are you okay? But I recognize that you are waiting for your colleagues who should be here by now. Not certain why they haven't arrived yet. And I'm also not certain why the pancakes haven't arrived yet. Maybe Sophia forgot about that request to begin with, and then suddenly... Sorry, Mistress Zastira, I was late. We were being stopped by the High Watch for some stupid reason after another. Here are the breakfast platter that you all ordered about 30 minutes ago. And a spread of delectable breakfast foods with hash browns, eggs, scrambled, non-scrambled, whatever. Just a huge variety. Bacon, and they're not like little individual plates for you. It's just one giant.
It's a big platter.
Yeah, and each item has got like its unique item on it, and there's these little small saucers that are brought in on the side for you to like basically like it's a buffet. You have a little small saucer, and you grab your 2 strips of bacon and move around.
Been a while since we had a decent meal.
Thoric definitely just starts munching on food, I'm sure.
Tucks in.
I enjoyed my fish I got. This is a decent meal.
Kyle likes to fish. We gotta get him hooked up with some fishermen, I think.
I mean, there are plenty of them on the coast here. Though I have a unfortunate feeling that that's not as important as the other tasks at hand.
There is an important discussion we must have soon, if at all possible.
I mean, we can talk about it now if you'd like.
Look over at Evelyn and Roderick.
I have
hold on. Out of character. We all had that discussion with the call about the history of Aniele and Levolt and the fight and all that was right. So Call knows this. He understands the background and the whole big story she told. Okay, cool.
Yes. So, and that's the last piece of this is.
So, do you want me to begin somewhere?
Well, I think we need Aniele to go with that. No, do we not want Aniele here?
Well enough.
Well, that's what. So I was gonna ask the DM. So it was when we walked in the city that she got sicker. Could the city be affecting her, like the enchanted?
No one checked anything like that.
Okay.
So, all you have is what her statement was. I don't feel well. And I think she made a comment that was around like as soon as I got here. I don't know if it was in the city or what her specific verbiage was, unfortunately, but it was something like once I got here, I'm feeling bad.
There is a way to keep it vague until we discuss with our companion that there is a threat that has emerged, that is a danger.
And I think it's of a otherworldly nature, and I'm not entirely sure I get all the specifics, but what I do recall is that there are creatures or beings here from another plane.
We fought another planar entity. It was known as Sarath, and it was summoned by a creature of great power.
Correct.
And that creature of great power is known as Levolt. Do these names bring up any memories?
I want to say they're of a celestial nature, but I'm not entirely sure exactly what.
What? Well, only one of those.
Assassins.
So Roderick would open up his pack and stumble through to find those 2 pages of script from the pyramid.
From the pyramid.
Yeah. Oh, they'll be messed if I ask what it meant, and I hand it over.
Almost Doma. I'm almost positive Doma would be like, "Oh, I also have feathers from a corrupted crotal." If those would be helpful.
Kill us now.
Not sure how that would help, but very well, Doma.
Could we please just back up?
Not just hold on.
One step. What was that about summoning a an extraplanar entity from...
No. They
something
came
else.
here to help protect us from something else. Is
What?
my understanding.
What are you referring to? He's referring to
Yeah, he's
Lavolt
referring to.
Oh,
He's talking about Sirroth specifically, like with that.
Sirroth.
I was like, yeah,
Because this
not
is the first time
necessarily.
Baldric's heard
Yeah,
anything about.
Yeah, because
What
honestly,
happened
we're
in
conflating kind of like Lavolt and Sirroth. I'm not sure whether we want to mention like. Because if you talk, I guess what we're saying is basically, if you end up talking about like Lavolt, you're gonna basically bring up Aniele with that inadvertently.
That's why Akal said what he said, is that he's trying to keep it. There is a threat.
And
These
Yeah,
are the
yeah.
threats.
Kyle's not familiar with these names, and so he doesn't know that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So-
So I was gonna say the Sirroth part. That's why I was bringing out the script to be a little more forthcoming.
Yeah.
That's easier to talk about than necessarily.
Yeah.
You know, Lavolt. You know, 'cause
But
that was
nonetheless,
talked
Kyle
about.
can respond the way his character
Yeah,
is
yeah,
because he
of course,
himself
of course.
is also.
He's not
Of course.
familiar. Yeah.
I'm just clarifying.
So,
clarifying.
let's
the
backtrack.
intentions, make sure-
Let's backtrack to Baldric asking to take a step back and summoning extraplanar creatures. All right, let's get back in the scene.
All right.
So,
So, Baldric.
technically, I want to go more than one step back, but one
Understandable.
step back would at least give me something to understand, because at first I thought, well, she's a little weird, she's got no mana circuit, I have healing magic, okay, what's great. But now I'm hearing of dead kings, assassins, Sirroth,
Yeah,
Lavolt. Another creature summoned them from beyond the stars or something.
And then I point at Roderick.
And he's awfully weird too. And who are you? What is happening?
All right.
Why am I
Baldric, you ready?
sitting in front of the
Baldric,
Council
Baldric.
of Windheim?
Relax.
I'm just a doctor, and here I
You've been thrown
am.
into a lot, right?
Well, are you familiar with the Architect of Curiosity, Baldric? You seem well read.
Am I studied? Do I know how to read tomes? Yes, I can research things. Or are you talking about something specific? The Architect of Curiosity, is that some sort of other celestial item from beyond the reaches of...
Not a celestial item, but rather one of the divine, the Pantheon. Eleanor?
DM. Is this ringing a bell on Baldric?
It's your choice of how religious your character happens to be. Your base knowledge, passive knowledge would say you would know the name. If you want, you could roll for it. If you wanted to be, this is not a god that many people like heavily follow. This is the god of like science and magic, the god of knowledge, basically.
Let's do a roll. I got +5.
This could be the most interesting god to Baldric because of his scholarly background, technically.
16.
I
16.
mean, I would, yes. If you're gonna make, I think that you would know. I would think you would know the title. I think you would know Eleanor, and then you would know like the plebeian opinion of her is that she's kind of like a meddler. She pulls strings together, that kind of fate nonsense, right? So what Nira is just even suggesting to you is that maybe all of this is being done by divine hand.
You're saying that this is predestined strings of fate collecting together, not a random assortment of coincidences, and that all of this is being driven by something.
I've heard stories that are far more far-fetched.
I'm going to... And he stands up. I need to sit down for this.
He sits back down.
Right. Well, I have heard more far-fetched stories, so that people believe that she has involved herself with. There's also people that believe that those are touched by Vlad and seem to appeal together as well.
At the name Vlad, I look at Roderick and give him a
Roderick would shake his head. No.
So, who's Vlad?
Valad is one of the other gods.
The other gods.
He's a god of trials, and so
Yeah.
misfortune is often associated to him. And so, well, some people might go, oh, the optimistics would go, oh, it's Eleanor being fateful you, and she's got a greater purpose. Valad is more like, nah, he's spiting you. He's trying to make you go through hell, because it might make you a better person in the end.
Yeah. And that's obviously because that's what was told to me at Fort Tall, was that they were cursed by Valad, this group of people that were
Valad's
going to help
chosen.
me.
The Fort Tall recruits called you guys Valad's chosen. So
Okay. So I think this will make it a little easier for you, Baldric. Here, he'll take out the script from the pyramid. He'll give 1 page to Baldric and 1 page to Evelyn's mom, and he'll give him a moment to kind of look over it for a second.
Baldric, it's complete gibberish to you. You have no idea what that fuck that shit says. You have no. It's just it's like hieroglyphic symbols, but it's not even like little images. It's just madness. It's like someone. You ever seen when those like people get Sharpies and they draw on a wall a bunch of squiggles? It's like that. It's.
I see his brain going. Ding,
Yeah. Oh.
breaking. Poor Baldric.
Okay, so what's the one that lets? Okay. What's the spell that lets you understand?
Comprehend language.
Comprehend languages.
Is that comprehend language lets you see written text, or is that
it allows
text?
you? Comprehend languages allows you to understand written text if you touch it.
Okay.
Won't let you. It will let you understand it orally and let you touch it. It won't let you speak it, but allow you to touch it. You would not be able to. You'll not be able to read the page from far away. You have to have your fingers on it.
So I can. What people say I can understand and what I can read.
Yes, it does. It lets you understand people, and it allows you to understand written text.
Okay. I thought there was maybe a separate spell for one for audio and one for video. Okay. I spend 15 seconds just staring at this page.
What is?
Interesting artistic choice here. Is there meaning behind this?
I know what my sleeves.
I'll start ritually casting comprehend languages.
10 minutes later, so he's just gonna.
All right. So while he's doing that, 10 minutes, it's starting to begin. So.
Quick, Doma, now's the time to heal Aniele. Oh, right.
Yeah. So, part of the reason Medan was closed is basically because something happened. Basically, there was a disconnect between one side which had the monarchy and the other side which had the rest of, which is Karat.
The workers.
And what they would both sides apparently sent massive amounts of troops into the mines and they never returned. We went into the mines.
We barely
I guess say now, and we encountered something bigger than us, a lot bigger in this case. And those what you both have in your hands, those are basically writings on what was on the wall, basically of these pyramids that were in there. Then you had these entities that were not from this plane, that were trying to summon this bigger entity that was basically named Seraph.
May I?
And May you?
Yeah, she's like,
yes.
You see her wave her fingers around as a blue trail of arcane goes by it, and then she starts running her fingers across the paper. But there isn't like her eyebrows furrow. Yeah. And then she kind of like flips like rapidly down, not at the pace that would be to actually read it. Apparently, it eludes even the arcane. Comprehend languages is not going to work on this.
There was.
Yeah,
the pyramids were constructed with necromantic magic or necromancy, I believe.
Was that right? I don't remember. I think it just used.
Yeah, I have in my notes green beam on floor is 100% necromancy. So, whatever that whole pyramid was,
if I recall,
was based on necromantic energy, I believe.
Go ahead.
Because I believe weren't they trying to siphon energy or siphon?
I got that.
If I recall from the story you told me correctly, it was almost as if the pyramids themselves formed a massive circle of summoning,
Correct.
and then the center is where Sarath was at.
Yes.
And underneath each of these pyramids was almost a pit.
Yeah.
And if I recall, that's where there were bodies being
Yes.
kept, almost as if they were the source of being drained of their power to fuel this.
Yeah.
And there was these shadow creatures you said were
Dead.
throughout the area.
So,
Um,
just FYI,
so,
these kind
yes.
of threats are one of my purview.
Good.
It's
I
not
guess.
just espionage with mortal races, it is extraplanar. Of course, High
So-
Scholar Ori is also well integrated with these two. So if I don't have answers immediately available, I can reach out to my network to see if we can get answers for you. As could he. Master Ori is probably my staunchest ally on the council.
I was going to continue just a little bit more. So with these pages, and if we can, since you can't read them, can you, I guess, hand them back first? and
Oh,
foremost?
of course. Yeah, and she actually hands it over to you.
Baldric.
You're not
Wait,
speaking.
you're muted.
You're muted.
Still
Kyle?
Muted.
He obviously he might be disconnected.
Triple muted.
Kyle, you're muted.
What?
There you go.
Trying to stop feedback. Wait, you've interrupted my concentration. I have to start the spell all over from scratch now. Thanks,
I'm not-
Baldric. Wait, I'm Baldric.
Baldric, I don't think you'll be able to read it.
Wait,
if you're
and
trying to
you
tell,
know?
if it was comprehend languages, that would not work on it. I just tried.
What?
Yeah.
You did?
Yes.
Fine. Slide it
Thank
towards Broderick.
Thank you. He'll slide that back, fold them up carefully, slide them back in his pack. I'll probably burn these a little later, since most people can't read this.
Wait,
But
you got it.
Can you read it though? Were any of you able to read it?
Panic.
Roger would kind of look around. You look at
Wait,
Evelyn,
most people.
I can.
I caught that too.
I
The
can
most
read it.
people.
That aside,
Her eyes
basically-
flare blue for a brief moment.
Oh shit.
Roger, anyway.
I see.
That.
Well, that explains that.
Yeah, that's why I asked if you talk with Relina. Anyway, so these pyramids, like Carl was saying, basically, they were function of a bigger circle, and they were just transferring life, basically people's life and death, to basically the energy with that, capturing it and accumulating it, basically using that rune alignment to eventually summon Sarah. And
But what
what is that script basically was there is basically supposed to tell you what a soul is and how to twist the essence into something that can be used and turned into a power of some sort.
They killed a lot of people. A lot
Yeah.
of people.
Why do they want Saroth summoned? I don't understand. It sounds like a bad thing.
No,
I
it,
believe he's one of these
the shadows.
extraplanar beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He definitely is.
it was not that, mind you, Baldric, since I forgot, it was not the dwarves doing this. It was, from what they told me, it was not. You couldn't find who was doing it, right?
Yeah.
It was just
No.
there
Correct.
progressing with these shadow creatures.
Yeah,
And
they said
then
that.
that's where Saroth showed up.
But so he was like a leader of these shadow creatures, and they were like sending him through to the material plane from wherever he came from.
It might be.
So it was like an invasion, or
It definitely
we
sounds feel like an
defeated-
invasion.
We defeated Sarath, though, right?
No, we did not.
No,
The
he was the
guy.
one. Yeah, he was the one that left, right? Once he
Yeah,
was
well,
summoned.
So you're
No, he
saying
got beat. He got beat.
Revolt
Okay.
helped you summon this thing with these shadow creatures
Right.
by using
Revolt.
by using the script and pyramids that
Right.
was using as arcane focuses, most likely, to bring some terrible creature about.
Something.
But then he betrayed the creature and
Correct.
killed it.
Okay.
Did anything happen
Oh.
in between the point of
Yes.
it being alive and then its demise with him
Yeah.
and it?
Yeah, so when he initially arrived, basically the gate, basically like a door was open. He went through the
Portal.
door, and then he came out, and that's with a trident.
Yeah,
Let me see.
I believe it was.
Oh yeah, that's like out of character. There was like a trade or something, right?
Yeah. Between them, Lavolt and
This
Seraph.
is when I was still Duro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, Duro was dead at that point, actually.
Yeah, Duro was dead because then the trade happened, and then he basically bamfed Sarath, and then left.
Can I make like a religion or a history check or some kind of check for this trident to see if it sparks any significance to me?
Feel free to try.
Okay.
Was it a trident? I'm trying to double check.
It's not a trident. It's not. It's
a trident or a spear.
It was a very large spear. It looked
the
closest you could assume it to be was a spear. It was made out of what appeared to be bone, and there were like veins kind of clustered near the head of it, and underneath the pointed spot where you basically jab and break through someone's armor, there was this like beating organic chamber that pulsed like a heartbeat with all these veins pumping into it. It looked like basically body horror, right? It was flesh shaping basically. It was taller than Lavolt. It was like 10 feet tall. Very unusual artifact. Spear would be the closest thing that you could.
I can't remember which one it was. It was one of the two. But it's a spear.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Well,
14.
No familiarization. A spear, they have not actually given any details of what it looks like, but even if they did, you would not know with that roll.
And
we know much more anyway. That was
the reason Lavolt killed Sarath, it's almost as if he thought he was insignificant. The fact that he couldn't destroy the group frustrated him, and so Lavolt killed him. Or desummoned him.
Whatever.
I do not know.
Whatever he did.
Well, his body didn't it was there still.
Very well.
Maybe returned him to his plane. The point is that they were creatures of immense power.
Mm-hmm.
And Lavolt especially so.
So was Lavolt one of these shadow people?
No.
Well, where's Lavolt from? He was an extra planar creature too?
Yes.
We'll have to.
But that's all I can say.
Maybe.
Well, all right. This is obviously really hard to dissect this with the hidden information, nonetheless. I'm not familiar with an artifact of what you described, so unfortunate. I do not know what was at gain there, but I can assume, similar to what you are hypothesizing, that Lavolt needed this entity for something, and then he got that thing, whatever this weapon happened to be. How it happened, why this creature specifically, regardless, he got the item and then either just didn't need the creature anymore, or he thought that he was a liability, perhaps because he was so weak. Whatever it happens to be, either way, Sarath, which required a ridiculous amount of magic funneling to summon, which means it must have been incredibly powerful, was dispatched by this other creature that summoned him after it got what it wanted. So yes, your assessment that this Lavolt you speak of is, well, terrifying. Absolutely. I don't know. I don't even know if my organization could actually deal with a threat like that.
So was Sarath like talking to you? Was he like conversing? Was he a sentient creature? Not the Volt thing, I don't. Okay. But you, the Heartseekers, how did that happen? Was he a foe from the very beginning, and we fought him, and we weakened him, and then the Volt came in the last second and finished him off? Or
it was quick.
Yeah,
it was. We weren't really doing the greatest against Sarath.
We didn't have a chance to do anything. Yeah.
It sounds like Lavolt might have been sad that Sarath didn't kill you, so you did fight him.
Personally, I thought maybe it was a deal gone wrong, so he got, like I said, he got what he wanted, and then he just backstabbed the original on the original deal and went off his merry way. I don't believe that Lavolt really even paid us slight glance.
So how strong was Sir Roth and you fought him?
One of their members died.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's pretty strong.
At this
Really
point,
strong.
there's a knock at the door, and it's a very heavy, rapid knock. Mrs. Astira, your guests? I have word. Yes, Sophia? And the door then opens, and Sophia comes in, and you see she's covered in sweat, and her hair is like blowing over. It looks like she was just sprinting up flights and flights of stairs. The two guests, one of them has collapsed. And that's where we're ending this night's session.
Aniele, no.
Shit.
So, thank you for tuning in for episode 37 of Arkelya. We will pick this up in 2 weeks. Why are you doing hands up? What? What's this? Oh, is there a holiday coming up? Is that what? You're muted?
No, it's nothing.
Oh, okay. Is there a holiday? The holiday is coming up, right?
Celebrating.
1, 2. Oh, 10.
Thanksgiving.
No, it's not.
Fingers.
That's just one more, and then we're.
Huzzah.
Well, we're 30.
Oh,
Well, we're at 30. We just did 37. Next will be 38, right?
38. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
All right. So 2 weeks from now would be December the
The 3rd.
Should be
December 3rd.
good. Should be good for everyone. So
I'm good. I'm just not good to
Brilliant.
All right. We'll figure that out then. All right. But yeah. So thank you for tuning in tonight, and then everyone have a great 2 weeks. Catch us tomorrow for not catch me tomorrow with my Galewright Accord people on Saturdays. And then remember, don't trust the dungeon master. Good night.
Wait, assassins?